Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We will shortly welcome our president, so I would kindly invite you to take your seats as soon as possible. Please rise. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Nikos Christodoulidis, and His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Malta, Mr. Robert Abella, are entering the room. Please be seated. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Nikos Christodoulidis, Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Robert Abella, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you're very well welcome to this high-level conference on strengthening islands and coastal communities of the European Union, which is jointly organized by the Cyprus Presidency of the Council of the European Union and the European Commission. As an island member state, we're especially pleased to host today's event. It is a distinct honor to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Nikos Christodoulidis, to deliver his own address. President, the floor is yours.
Dear Prime Minister of Malta, welcome. Dear Roberta, Vice President of the Commission, dear Raffaele, dear Yunus, representing President Metsola, Director General, dear Themis, Kostas, I didn't greet you, we're in Cyprus. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I warmly welcome you to Cyprus and to my hometown, Pafos, for this very important conference dedicated to the European Union islands and coastal communities. It is particularly meaningful and deeply personal to me that we are hosting this meeting, the final major event of our presidency here in Pafos. Here and across this blessed island, the sea is part of our identity, our economy, our culture, and our daily life. At the same time, my hometown, Pafos, reflects in a very tangible way what the two Commission strategies we present today truly represent: the remarkable potential of coastal and island communities, but also the need to equip them with the tools, investment, and resilience they need to thrive. And so it is particularly fitting that today's discussions takes place in this unique setting, a setting which serves as a reminder that islands and coastal regions must be effectively supported in order to transform challenges into opportunities. Opportunities for sustainable growth, stronger communities, and a better future for their inhabitants. And this is inextricably linked with our efforts to strengthen the European Union's social cohesion, hand in hand with the European competitiveness. Because, dear friends, cohesion and competitiveness are two sides of the same coin. One reinforces and complements the other. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the European Commission for its valuable partnership in co-organizing today's event. Allow me to acknowledge with appreciation the steadfast support of the European institutions, both the Commission and, of course, the Parliament, throughout our presidency. And in this regard, I'm particularly pleased to welcome my dearest friend, the Prime Minister of Malta, the Executive Vice President of the Commission, the Vice President of the European Parliament, as well as Commissioner Cadiz. You join us as our presidency draws to a close, and as we are passing the torch to our Irish partners from one island member state to another, and there could be no better moment to focus on the future of Europe's islands and coastal communities. Nor is it a coincidence that we are closing our presidency with this high-level conference on islands and coastal communities. Thank you very much, Executive Vice President Fido, for changing the program of the presentation of this strategy to coincide with the Cyprus presidency, and to your excellent services and the Directorate General for delivering. In fact, the importance of these two strategies was also recognized in the most recent European Council conclusions of June. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, allow me to continue in Greek, giving a few seconds to switch to interpretation. Θέλω να σας καλωσορίσω στην πόλη μου, να σας καλωσορίσω στην Πάφο, σε μια πόλη που...
Pafos, a city that embodies the immense potential of the Union's islands and coastal communities, despite the challenges they're facing. At this event here on the southeasternmost tip of the Union, one of a special symbolic significance, and this is an event with which we are concluding the official events of the Cyprus presidency. Just a few days before the completion of this national mission, because the presidency was for us a national mission, a mission of national importance, so I can say with certainty and great satisfaction, of course, that the Cyprus presidency has delivered tangible, measurable, and substantive results across all the priority pillars for the benefit of European citizens. But we've also achieved our main objective for a more autonomous union open to the world. In these 6 months, 181 days long presidency, we addressed and negotiated issues of major geopolitical significance, particularly challenging legislative dossiers, such as the Union's new long-term budget. We handled issues regarding competitiveness, enlargement, but also matters that affect the daily lives of all European citizens, such as education, health, labor rights, air passenger rights, and many others. And we managed to close matters that were pending for more than a decade now. And I'm particularly pleased that the work of the Cyprus presidency is being acknowledged and recognized not only by the presidents of the institutions and officials of the institutions, but also other European leaders. And I feel particularly proud of this, proud of my country, proud of its people, and of what they have achieved within just 181 days. The Cyprus presidency our presidency aimed, and I believe succeeded in a number of areas, from defense and security to competitiveness, energy, health. We managed to give substantive meaning to what has been discussed for years on a theoretical level. In other words, to have tangible results to achieve the Union's strategic autonomy. and further integration. And I think this is the most significant legacy of the Cyprus presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, today the cycle of the Cyprus presidency may be coming to a symbolic close, but just as symbolically, the Cyprus presidency is opening two defining policies for the EU. So here at the southeasternmost tip of the European Union on our island, we are presenting two extremely important strategic initiatives of the European Commission: the Islands Strategy and the Strategy for Resilient, Prosperous and Sustainable Coastal Regions, and both of which are specifically mentioned in the recent European Council conclusions. And for the first time, these strategies provide a comprehensive, a coherent framework for addressing the specific challenges faced by these areas, but also capitalizing on the huge, and I consider them huge, opportunities and prospects of the Union's island and coastal regions. Dear Raffaele, dear Kostas, upon assuming your portfolios, you took on this important commitment, which you have now fulfilled. And on this occasion, I'd like to warmly thank you for this substantive work you have carried out. Your presence here today in the only occupied member state of the European Union sends a powerful message, i.e. that island and coastal regions may be geographically on the periphery of the EU. However, at the same time, they are at the heart of the European policies. And because, dear friends, numbers often speak louder than words, let me give you a few numbers. 17 million European citizens live on EU's more than 4,000 inhabited islands. 95 million European citizens live in the coastal regions of the European Union, which stretch for approximately 70,000 kilometers. 17 member states have island regions, and 22 member states of the European Union have coastal regions. From Sweden and Finland to the north, all the way to Spain and Italy in the south, from Portugal in the west, all the way to Greece in the east, the European Union's coastal regions and the islands span a unique geographical arc. On the northwestern axis, Ireland serves as an iconic landmark of European maritime geography, whereas in the Mediterranean, Malta and Cyprus highlight the insular dimension at the Union's southern borders. So this broad geographical dimension reflects not only the rich diversity of Europe's seas and coastlines, but also the strategic importance of coastal and island regions for economic cohesion, for food security, for the protection of the environment, for resilience, and even for the security of the entire Union. Life, ladies and gentlemen, life on islands and coastal communities is, I would say, a special privilege. And I can assure you personally, on a personal note on that. It offers a unique natural wealth and biodiversity, a distinct cultural identity, and at the same time, significant prospects for further development. And However, as many of you know, living in these regions often involves many challenges and real, everyday difficulties. Connectivity, climate change, energy and water security, rising sea levels and coastal erosion, and the need to maintain vibrant local communities. These are a few of the challenges faced by these regions. For the island member states, these challenges have real consequences. They affect directly access to international markets, they affect competitiveness, tourism, fisheries, aquaculture, water resources, infrastructure, and generally the daily lives of local communities. So today's presentation of these strategies marks a crucial step towards a holistic, a comprehensive, horizontal approach to address all these challenges with the goal of building a more cohesive and resilient Europe, a Europe that recognizes the diversity of its member states and ensures that European policies and by extension their funding are aligned with the specificities of all its regions and meet the needs of all its citizens. Dear friends, some of you had the opportunity yesterday to see firsthand. We were together with the Vice President of the Commission, and we saw firsthand how EU funding can produce tangible results, and it can have a significant impact on a coastal city such as Pafos, and it has a positive impact on its citizens, of course. And I'm saying this because I'd like to emphasize that the European agenda, and in this case the two strategies being presented here today, are fully aligned with our national agenda and with the priorities of our government. For us, European and national actions do not run parallel to one another, but they complement one another and they reinforce each other. And a prime example is our national policy on the sustainable development of marine aquaculture within the framework of the blue economy. Over the past 15 years, Kostas will remember, he was Minister of Agriculture at the time, the sector has recorded steady annual growth of 4 to 5%, boosting economic activity on the coastal areas, creating new jobs, and making a substantial contribution to the resilience and sustainability of coastal communities. Equally significant are the investments exceeding 150 million euros in Cyprus, co-financed by the cohesion policy of the European Union, aimed at modernizing and digitizing the electricity grid by installing smart management systems, new energy infrastructure, and storage systems. We are strengthening the country's energy security. We're expanding the use of RES, renewable energy sources, and we're making our energy system more resilient and more reliable. And especially for Cyprus, for an island an island nation with limited energy access, such investments are a fundamental prerequisite for the green transition, for competitiveness, and for the substantive strategic autonomy of both the country and of Europe. And it's extremely important that if the effective address of structural challenges and constraints that arise from the geographical particularities of these regions, as well as the recognition and strengthening of their strategic potential are at the core of these two strategies presented here today. Of course, the significance of these strategies extends beyond the interests of island and coastal areas of the EU. Many of Europe's islands and coastal communities are at the same time, and this is a very important dimension we don't often emphasize, and because they form the EU's external borders at the same time, and they are at the front line of addressing major crises, major challenges related to the security and defense, the protection of critical infrastructures, and the effective management of migration flows. Consequently, by protecting and supporting these regions, we are supporting the European Union as a whole. And through this support, we are taking a substantial step closer to our vision for a competitive and prosperous Europe, a secure and strong Europe, for a union of values for all, for a strategically autonomous union open to the world, as was the objective of the Cyprus presidency. And it is with this vision that we began this Cyprus presidency 6 months ago, and it is with the same vision that we conclude this very beautiful but also successful journey today. I'd like to thank you warmly for being part of this creative journey, and I thank you for being here today at the very start of a new journey, guided by our common goal of developing the islands, of developing our coastal communities of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President, and also for your leadership throughout this process. There are only 3 island member states, and it's a particular honor to have all 3 represented today. So it is a particular honor to have with us the Prime Minister, His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Malta, Mr. Robert Abela, and we will kindly invite you to the floor for your own address. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning to all, colleagues, excellencies, dear friends. Let me begin by thanking President Christodoulidis, dear Nikos, my friend, and also your team for the commitment and leadership you have shown in steering the Council's work over these past 6 months, which were, of course, challenging months. It is fitting that we are discussing this here in Pafos under the presidency of an island member state, with another island member state taking the reins shortly. This is a rare moment in which islands are not at the margins of Europe's debate, but very much in the center. And that matters. Across the Union, there are thousands of islands. They are home to millions of Europeans. Their circumstances are diverse, but many of the pressures that they face are similar. Distance, higher costs, exposure to external shocks, and dependence on reliable connections. For island member states in particular, these pressures are not occasional inconveniences. They are structural realities. They are felt more immediately because there is no mainland to fall back on when disruption occurs, and often fewer alternatives when things go wrong. Those of us who come from islands understand this instinctively. Geography shapes how we live and work. It affects how people move, how businesses trade, how services are delivered, and how quickly external shocks are transmitted into daily life. For an island, connectivity is not a luxury, it is basic infrastructure. When connectivity is weak, everything else becomes harder. Transport costs rise. Supply chains become less reliable. Access to markets becomes less certain. Families and businesses have fewer options and less room for error. These pressures also reinforce each other. Island economies are often small and open. That openness has served us well. It has also made us outward-looking, adaptable, and resilient. But it also means that shocks in energy, transport, tourism, or trade are felt quickly and directly. The clean transition is a clear example of what I am saying. We support, of course, Europe's climate ambition, but ambition has to be delivered in real economies, with real costs, and with a clear understanding of the different starting points. Islands often face higher transition costs. They may depend more heavily on imported fuels. They may have fewer technological options available at scale. These are practical constraints. They affect what can be delivered, how quickly, and at what cost. Environmental pressures are also becoming more immediate. They already affect infrastructure, public financing, and long-term planning. And ultimately, their impact is felt by our people. In smaller economies, the challenge is not only about skills, but also about scale, capacity, and resilience. Populations are aging, while demand for health and care services continues to grow. At the same time, sustaining economic activity increasingly depends on attracting skills from outside. This brings, then, its own pressures, particularly on infrastructure, housing, and the careful use of limited space. In smaller labor markets, these dynamics are felt earlier and more directly. Over time, this then becomes a question of whether communities remain viable, whether services remain accessible, and whether our younger generation, our young people, believe that they can build a future at home. That is the challenge, but it is not the whole story. Islands should not be spoken about only through the language of constraint. They are also places of innovation, resilience, and strategic value. In energy, in maritime activity, in digital policy and tourism, islands often become testing grounds for new approaches precisely because they have to adapt quickly, use resources carefully, and think beyond their size. Islands also understand interdependence. We rely on roots, partners, markets, and neighbors. That gives island communities a very clear sense of why European cooperation matters, not as an abstract idea, but as something practical and necessary. And if islands are to contribute fully, policy has to start from our realities. Equal treatment does not always mean identical treatment. Where and when circumstances are structurally different, policy needs to reflect that. That is why the treaties recognize the specific challenges faced by island regions. It is also why these realities need to be reflected more consistently when European policies are designed, not corrected afterwards. It is fair to say that I have been quite persistent and vociferous in making sure that islands are reflected in European Council conclusions. We have indeed made progress, but the fact that this still requires effort tells us that something which is perhaps more important. The point has, as of yet, not been fully absorbed. In this context, we welcome, of course, the Commission's work on a dedicated strategy for islands, alongside the strategy on coastal communities. I would like to acknowledge Executive Vice President Fitto, thank you, and also Commissioner Cadiz for their work in bringing this forward. These strategies must be more than a recognition of challenges. They must make a difference in how policy is shaped, how rules are applied, and how European ambition is translated into real conditions. The real test is whether that understanding is reflected from the outset, when policies are designed, when funding is allocated, and when rules are implemented, not after they have been proposed or agreed upon. For citizens and businesses, the questions are practical. Can they move with confidence? Can they operate with certainty? Can they plan for the future? Geography will definitely and will always shape island life, as it shapes many coastal communities. But it should never become a ceiling on people's ambition, on economic opportunity, or on Europe's commitment to fairness. Our task is then to make sure that island citizens are not asked to carry European ambition with fewer tools than other people. That is the measure by which this strategy should be judged. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for so eloquently describing the challenges and opportunities that islands face and provide. We are delighted to have with us the Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Yunus Omarjee, who will be addressing the conference on behalf of the President of the European Parliament, Ms. Roberta Metsola. Vice President, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais m'exprimer en français. C'est bon. Monsieur le Président de la République de Chypre, cher Nikos Christodoulides, Monsieur le Premier ministre de Malte, cher Robert Abela, Monsieur le Vice-président exécutif de la Commission européenne, cher Raffaele Fitto,
President of the European Commission, Roberto Fitto, Mr. Kostas Kitas, Commissioner of the European Commission, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. First of all, I would like to express what an honour and pleasure it is for me to be here in Cyprus, and thank you very much indeed to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Cyprus, for this very warm welcome. I'd like to express the warmest words from the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, who is certainly very happy about the fact that we have this strategy. She is from an island. She's from the island of Malta, of course. And she has fought for many years to have EU policy for the islands of the European Union, and she has given me this task of representing her here today. I would like to congratulate you, President, on the huge success of the Cyprus presidency. A lot of successful events, your personal commitment to this very important issue, this historical moment. For example, the air passenger rights legislation, which shows how the European Union stands fighting for the rights of the citizens of the European Union. So congratulations, special congratulations to you on that piece of legislation. I also wanted to say that I think that now is a historic occasion as well. It's the first time in the history of the European Union where we have set up a sort of a pact, and we're sealing this pact between the European Union and the islands of the European Union. This strategy, of course, is the end result of a long political process, which started with the resolution that was adopted by the European Parliament almost unanimously during the last term of office. It was a resolution that I brought forward as the chair of the Committee on Regional Development as a rapporteur. And this resolution called on the European Commission to draw up a European strategy for islands. The resolution put forward a rather simple issue because islands face specific challenges, and these specific challenges should finally be addressed in a coherent and consistent and ambitious and integrated way. Executive Vice President, Mr. Fito, I would like to commend you for your personal commitment to this and to thank you for all of the work that you have accomplished in publishing this strategy for EU islands. You were the co-rapporteur together with me. I remember that. And I also remember your commitment in the European Parliament and to the European Parliament for this strategy. And you kept your promises. And I think that that is a very important thing. It's important in terms of the level of trust and mutual confidence that exists between the European Parliament and the European Commission. I'd also like to congratulate all of the other people who have contributed to the fact that this issue has been brought to the attention of the European Union and has led to this strategy. There was, for example, the conference on outermost regions and maritime regions. It's been a long and arduous road to this. But the fact that islands and the challenges facing islands is recognized now by the European Union is the case now, and it is a historic moment because for a long time European Union islands tended to be tended to be forgotten. And I am from Reunion Island, which is of course an outermost region. And there were constant comments from my friends from islands in Europe saying that so much progress has been made to help the outermost regions. We need to do the same for the islands within the European Union. And I said, yes, let's do that, and I will advocate for that as well, because we are all part of this family of island dwellers who share the same ambitions, the same objectives for the European Union and islands. Because the European Union has developed specific policies for rural areas, mountainous areas, border regions, but has rather forgotten about islands. And islands sometimes remotely, there's been a blind spot about islands, but that blind spot has been corrected now by this strategy. And I don't think it's completely by chance that we have this strategy being adopted, that's been adopted now, because this geopolitical context that we are in, the 21st century, the changes of the 21st century have meant that we have to look at Europe and the world in a different way. We're seeing a new geopolitics that is being born before our very eyes, a new type of geography and a new strategy as well is taking shape. We need perhaps to change our approach, change the way in which we represent Europe. For a long time, I've been defending a very simple idea, which is that Europe is an archipelago, and we tend to forget about that. It's a peninsula of the Eurasian continent. It's very much open to the seas and oceans, and of all of the continents in the world, it is the continent that has the most sea around it, with the most ports and coastline. There's no other continent that is so open to so many different seas, oceans, maritime areas. So the Mediterranean, Baltic, the North Sea, the Atlantic, the Arctic, the Black Sea. So the sea is everywhere, and the sea affects the land as well. It shapes the land, it shapes the culture, it shapes the imagination of the people who live here. And when I said that we should change our approach, we should change our point of view, and I think that as island dwellers, we should see that in this new world, we're not small. Cyprus is not a small island. Malta is not a small island. We're much bigger. We're much bigger than European country, than any country that's an enclave in the European Union, because we are open. We open up to enormous spaces and enormous areas, and there's an enormous opportunity in that, particularly the blue economy. So an enormous sea area, and the importance of geography in international relations is, I think, giving islands a new importance. We've seen that in the Conference of the Parties on climate and on climate change, and we've seen that throughout the whole planet, every island is important and is seen as very important for the great powers as well. They're also at the front line of facing climate change, any pressure on resources, energy, vulnerability, problems relating to transport, housing, access to public services. That's the reality of daily life in islands. Different problems and different challenges to the more land-based countries. So different challenges which need to be addressed in a different way, and that's recognised in this strategy. 27,000 islands in the EU. I believe it's about 500,000 around the world. So the smallest little crop of the smallest outcrop to Australia, for example. So the whole world is a world of different islands. And 3 of the member states are islands in their entirety, as we've heard. Islands are, of course, beautiful, but there are a lot of specific problems relating to life on those islands, more acutely affected, as we saw that in the various crises that we've gone through over the last few years. There are also structural problems, permanent structural problems, transport costs, more than 300% higher than costs in continental Europe. So that's just one example. I could give you many others as well. So islands, and talking about islands and being island dwellers, it's not just about our identity, it's about our day-to-day lives. Enormous potential, of course, but also difficulties, additional costs for families, for companies, for public services based there. And this is all something that needs to be recognized and should be recognized today. Over the next few years, we need to look at the cost of island dwelling in order to take that into account upstream when drawing up EU policy and public policy in general. And that's why, Raffaele Fitto, this is such an important strategy, And I think that we have taken a step going in this direction. It was something that everybody wanted, that islands be better taken into account in EU policy. And I wanted also to say that for too long now, Europe and European Union was created through harmonization, which was necessary, of course, but harmonization is not enough anymore, because obviously an EU piece of legislation and a rule doesn't apply in the same way if it's in the center of Europe, if it's in a city which is well connected, which attracts a lot of investment, or if it's on an island sometimes located a long way away, dependent on forms of transport, different forms of transport, maritime transport or land transport. And if these differences aren't taken into account, if the European Union gives the impression that it's a one-size-fits-all, that it's the same answer to different questions, then the European Union is not understood by its citizens, which could lead to problems. And these types of questions have become something that is of fundamental democratic importance for the European Union as well, which is why this strategy, this time here, now in Cyprus, this is why this moment is so very important, because islands have been overlooked in the past, in history. But now that's been put to an end. Now it's about a new ambition, an ambition of the European Union, fully shouldering its maritime vocation as well, a European Union that looks out to its sea and oceans more than it has in the past. Islands are an asset, an enormous asset for Europe. They connect our continent with other parts of the world. They force us to look out to the Mediterranean, to the Atlantic, to the Arctic, to the Indian Ocean, to the Caribbean, to the Pacific, and they remind us that Europe is not only a continental power, it's also a maritime power, an ocean power, an island power, and an archipelago. And our contribution will certainly help us to make quicker progress to helping people who live in islands fully enjoy their rights to live on that island. This is a fundamental right, particularly for young people on islands. And if we can contribute to prosperity and greater prosperity in islands, then that will help these talented people, it's so difficult given the demographic challenges that we're facing, but it's keeping talented young people on islands, living on islands, and enjoying a future in peace and prosperity. So I think that the planets are perfectly aligned. We've got the Irish presidency just round the corner, and I am fully aware of how important this is to the Irish presidency and how they will build on what has already been achieved to implement this strategy and move towards this island pact with the Irish presidency as well. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for your attention. I do wish you a very good day today.
Thank you, Vice President, and for all the European Parliament's work on this matter. And with these introductory remarks, we now move to the next part of our session, which are the two strategies that lie at the heart of today's conference. We would like to invite to the floor the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Makis Keravnos, to share his introductory reflections. Minister, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Cyprus, Your Excellency, Prime Minister of Malta, dear Executive Vice President of the European Commission, dear Commissioner for Fisheries and Oceans, dear Vice President of the European Parliament, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to Pafos for the presentation of two very important European initiatives, the Strategy for Islands and the Strategy for Coastal Communities. For Cyprus, a small state located at the easternmost edge of the European Union, it is particularly symbolic that it concludes its presidency of the Council of the European Union with the presentation of these two strategies. Dear Rafael, dear Kostas, I would like to thank you for taking the initiatives to prepare these two strategies, as well as for the final outcome that we have before us today. Allow me now to continue in Greek.
The two strategies constitute separately a comprehensive and framework of recognizing the challenges faced by islands and coastal communities, such as small market size, their dependence on transport, and the increased cost of connectivity. At the same time, they also constitute a framework for promoting practical policies and measures to tackle the disadvantages that arise from their geographical specificity, which may contribute to strengthening their economic, social, and territorial cohesion of the Union. Dear Raffaele, I would also like to thank you for the collaboration and for your support throughout the Cyprus presidency. The recognition of the island dimension constituted one of the core issues of the informal council meeting on the cohesion policy, which took place on the 4th and 5th of June in Nicosia. During the informal ministerial conference, it was emphasized that competitiveness of Europe, cohesion and security cannot be achieved if certain areas continue facing structural obstacles that affect their development prospects, but also their possibility of maximizing and capitalizing of the opportunities offered by the internal union, the single union. The other issue that is related to the two strategies was the right to stay. In other words, the right of people to remain and live and create in the land where they were born, and not to abandon that land out of necessity or out of coercion, of being forced to do so. Dear Rafael, I'd like to congratulate you once again for this initiative to launch the Right to Stay strategy at a high-level event at the European Parliament on the 6th of May 2026. And I'd like to thank you very warmly for inviting me to participate and contribute to this substantive initiative. The islands of the European Union and the coastal communities constitutes areas of immense beauty, of development possibilities, but also of a decisive geopolitical role for Europe. Coastal communities, at the same time, are pillars of the blue economy and of the maritime connectivity, and they are directly affected by the effects of climate change and by the challenges of protecting the marine environment. The appropriate conditions should be established so that the residents of these areas may be able to remain at their place and create and build their future in conditions of prosperity and security. Dear Raffaele, yesterday you had the opportunity of visiting remote communities and see firsthand the real dimensions of these challenges. You saw communities that age demographically. You saw young people that seek opportunities and are struggling to keep their local communities vibrant and alive. The possibility of citizens to remain, to stay and thrive in the islands and coastal communities presupposes equal opportunities for access to infrastructure, services, and connectivity. They also presuppose that local communities can create quality jobs and capitalize on the advantages of each area. So ensuring this right is directly linked with resilience, with economic development, and with keeping the cultural and national identity of these regions. For Cyprus, however, the debate on the right to stay has an additional dimension. Cyprus is an EU member state since 2004. Despite this, its citizens cannot live and stay in their birthplace because of the ongoing Turkish occupation and military occupation. And this reminds us that the right to stay does not only regard economic development or social cohesion, it's also related to freedom, to security, to dignity, and to the fundamental right of people to remain in their land of origin. Ladies and gentlemen, as the European Union is designing policies and investments for the next 7 years, we ought to ensure that the needs of islands and coastal communities shall be taken into account in an effective way. Today, we have with us 2 commissioners who are on the first line of these efforts with very significant initiatives in their hands. The strategies on islands and coastal communities acknowledge that islands are not on the periphery of the European journey. On the contrary, they are an integral part of European identity, of resilience, of competitiveness, of security and territorial cohesion of our union. But what we're looking for is not just a recognition of the challenges. What we're really looking for is to shift from the vision to the practical application, from establishing what the problems are to applying certain solutions, from generalized policies to targeted interventions that respond to the specific needs of each area. Dear Raffaele, dear Kostas, you will now present these two significant strategies, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Keravnos, for also noting the work that has been happening during the Cyprus presidency. Before inviting Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Raffaele Fitto, to the floor, we will watch a short video of the European Commission with regards to the island strategy.
Europe's islands are as diverse as the EU itself, from the icy north to the Mediterranean sun. The idea of a united Europe was born on the island of Vento Teni. Today, from remote outposts to Ireland, Cyprus and Malta, every island adds its own history, culture, language and traditions to Europe's shared future. But island communities face unique challenges: isolation, limited connectivity, over-tourism, demographic pressure and climate change. That's why the EU is working with islands to build a stronger, more sustainable and better connected future. For the first time, the European Commission has adopted a dedicated strategy for islands, focused on 4 priorities: stronger economies, green transition, better quality of life and resilience. Embraced by the sea, united in Europe, no island stands alone.
We now invite Executive Vice President Mr. Raffaele Fitto to the floor to give us an overview of the Commission strategy.
Dear President Christodoulides, dear Prime Minister Abela, dear Vice President of the European Parliament Omarjee, dear Minister Chambers, dear Ministers, Commissioner Cadiz, distinguished guests. It is a pleasure to be here with you today in Pafos for this high-level conference on islands and coastal communities. I had the occasion yesterday to visit the islands. I have visited the remote areas, small villages, and talked to people. I have met people on the ground. I do want to thank you all for the warm welcome. A few days ago, together with Kostas, and I would like to thank him for very close and positive cooperation, we presented in Brussels the very first strategic frameworks dedicated to islands and coastal communities. This marks an important milestone in Europe's territorial development agenda. And the fact that this conference is taking place on one of our insular member states is an example that the fact that we are moving from vision to action for EU islands and coastal communities. More than 17 billion people live across over 4,000 inhabited islands throughout EU, and 3 of our member states are indeed islands themselves. Islands contribute to Europe's economic development, maritime dimension, environmental diversity, cultural heritage, and to security and resilience. They are places of innovation, entrepreneurship, strong local identity, and unique natural assets. At the same time, islands face structural challenges linked to insularity. Distance from mainland markets, dependence on maritime and air connections, higher transport costs, and limited economies of scale and higher transport costs. These affect almost every aspect of daily life and economic activity. Insularity is not simply a geographic fact. It has a real economic and social consequences. In many islands municipalities, transport costs, housing prices, and the cost of providing public services are much higher than on the mainland. This is what we call the cost of insularity, a cost that millions of EU citizens and businesses pay every day, simply because of where they live and work. Many of you experienced a version of this reality when traveling here today. Reaching an island and trading with the mainland has a higher cost for islands residents and businesses. This is not an occasional experience. It is a daily reality that shapes access to jobs, economic opportunities and commerce, education, healthcare, and other public services. Addressing the effects of insularity is about unlocking the full economic and social potential of islands. This is precisely why the Commission adopted the strategy for EU islands. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of the EU strategy for islands is to establish a coordinated framework to guide EU action and to support member states in designing and implementing policies and investments that respond to their realities. The strategy is structured around 4 pillars, with governance as a horizontal enabler. The first pillar is economic development, connectivity, competitiveness, and innovation. Connectivity is the central challenge for islands. Under the pillar, we will support better transport and digital infrastructure, assess the particular situation of islands in the review of relevant state aid frameworks, the upcoming review of ETS, this is very important, and in relevant transport-related legislation, and launch an in-depth analysis of the cost of insularity. The second pillar covers energy, climate, and environment. Islands are often energy isolated. The third pillar is dedicated to people. Many islands face population decline, aging, brain drain, and severe housing pressure. The fourth and final pillar relates to security and crisis preparedness. Islands hold strategic value for the EU's security architecture. From the Baltic to the Mediterranean, islands are on the front line of geopolitical challenges. The strategy on islands is part of a package of territorial strategies we are working from the first day. Last December, we adopted the EU Agenda for Cities, addressed to municipalities of all dimensions, followed by the strategy for eastern bordering regions, Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. We will soon adopt a strategy on outermost regions, and next year we will adopt the strategy on the right to stay. As I mentioned before, I took the occasion of being here to visit some remote areas, rich in history and culture, but areas face depopulation. It is a situation that happens all over Europe. For this, we are working at the strategy that will put together all the experience I collect in my missions. The challenges faced by the different territories across the EU, including islands, require coordinated action across many policy areas and levels, from the local to regional, national, and the European level. My portfolio covers many interrelated areas, from cohesion and reforms to the coordination of transport and tourism, fisheries and the blue economy, and agriculture. These are policies that are essential for improving the well-being and the competitiveness of territories, but each territory has specific needs. The territorial strategies are crucial tools. They represent the place-based approach that guide our work. The work on the territorial strategies is part of a bigger and ambitious effort, the modernization of cohesion policy. We all know that the status quo is not an option. We must modernize cohesion policy to make it able to respond to new challenges and the new priorities. In March, we concluded the midterm review exercise. You know very well I'm talking about the possibility for member states and regions to reprogram the available resources on 5 new priorities. 25 member states have used this voluntary opportunity. They have reallocated more than 34 billion euro, around 10% of cohesion policy funding, to competitiveness, affordable housing, energy, water resilience, and defense. All key priorities to strengthen territorial attractiveness, also and particularly for islands. The midterm review has also redirected more than 1.5 billion euro to support strategic priorities in island territories. The work is not finished. Governments and the regions can keep reprogramming. Our other occasion to modernize the architecture of the resources and so improving the spending of the European Union is next MFF. The Commission's proposal on the new MFF aims to modernizing the cohesion policy, introducing more flexibility and simplification. This is reflected in the National Regional Partnership Plan. One plan per member states, more synergies among policy to better respond to the challenges. I take this opportunity to thank the Cypriot presidents for the great job on the negotiation of this crucial file. The island strategy and the 4 other complementary territorial strategies are important inputs to prepare the ground for the development of the national regional partnership plans, which we'll have to respect. I want to highlight these, the constitutional architecture and the framework of each member state. In conclusion, I want to restart from the beginning. I visited Cyprus, taking the time to visit not only the main urban area, but also the remote and isolated areas. In the last year, I visited almost all EU countries. I have been to the borders of Europe and to some of the outermost regions, meeting with ministers, but also local administrators, mayors, and citizens. Representatives that are confronted with the real problems of citizens every day. I want to underline one important point. The island strategy and the 4 other territorial strategies were not developed isolation, and the areas covered by them were not decided in Brussels. They are the result of deep, sustained dialogue with the territories and communities that these strategies are meant to serve. Over the past months, we have taken part in meetings, missions, and discussions across Europe. For islands, we launched a formal call for evidence in which more than 350 stakeholders from 18 member states contributed. Citizens, public authorities, business, universities, NGOs, and island networks. Their and your contributions played an important role in shaping what you see today. This strong participation matters. And this method, deeply rooted in the partnership principle and multi-level governance, which are at the heart of cohesion policies, it is very important. These principles are also key to shared management more broadly. And this is why I believe that the member states also have a central role to play as a part of this strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, a strategy is a starting point, not an end point. Now it's time to move from vision to action. Everyone has a role to play. The EU institutions, clearly, the national governments, regional and local authorities, and we must work together. This is cohesion policy. There is no a better place to make this point than on an island. For centuries, Cyprus has looked out towards the sea as a connection between people, communities, and opportunities. This is also the spirit of the strategy on islands and our work. Before closing, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Cyprus, to the presidency for the great collaboration, to the local authorities for the visits, and above all, to all people that I met, who opened their doors to me as if I were an old friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Vice President, for outlining Commission's vision for action for the islands and for your hard work on advancing this agenda. We will now turn to the second strategy, focusing on coastal communities. Dear Commissioner, Mr. Kostas Kadis, come to the floor to give us your overview of the Commission strategy on islands.
Your Excellency President Christodoulidis, Your Excellency Prime Minister Abela, dear colleague, Executive Vice President Rafael Fito, Honorable Vice President and members of the European Parliament, honorable ministers, distinguished guests. I think that we can all agree that the island of Cyprus and the coastal community of Pafos is the ideal setting to present the recently adopted EU policy package dedicated to islands and coastal communities. With many thanks to Minister Keravnos and to Executive Vice President Fito, let me present now the second communication in this package with a strong territorial dimension, the EU strategy for prosperous, resilient, and livable coastal communities. This is the first EU strategy dedicated to coastal communities, and it brings together existing and future Commission actions addressing the challenges and opportunities of Europe's coastal areas. This commitment was set out in the mission letter addressed to me by President von der Leyen, that the EU must support our coastal communities in dealing with the unique challenges they face, while making better use of opportunities for growth and more resilient and innovative economies. In addition, in the European Ocean Pact, our comprehensive strategy for all ocean-related policies adopted in June 2025, we identified support to coastal and island communities and to the outermost regions as one of its 6 key priorities. The preparation of this communication, as in the case of the island strategy, is a true example of the participatory and collaborative approach in action. Stakeholders, citizens, experts were invited to express their views, proposals, and evidence. And this process has shaped a strategy built around the realities of coastal territories and the people who live there. So, since we are in Cyprus, allow me to continue in Greek.
So, what makes these coastal communities so important? First of all, it's people. 95 million people live around the coasts of Europe, 22 coastal member states, and around 70,000 kilometers of coastline. These communities support important sectors of the blue economy. Emerging sectors like renewable sources of energy, blue bioeconomy, European security and defense, but also traditional sectors, fisheries, aquaculture, maritime trade, tourism. Through these sectors, around $265 billion are added to the economy of the EU in an annual basis, and they also support millions of jobs. We also have significant perspectives for sustainable economic growth, innovation, and sound management of oceans because of their unique geographic traits and their rich natural and cultural heritage. At the same time, these coastal regions are faced with pressures. They are affected directly by climate change and environmental degradation. Many of them are faced with demographic pressures, difficult access to services, lack of affordable housing, imbalance in tourism, and high dependence of a very small number of economic activities. We have to stress that the European Union already supports coastal communities through sectoral policies and a plethora of tools of regional politics and design. However, these policies are fragmented often and scattered in different frameworks, and this means member states face difficulties in order to have cohesive national approaches for coastal communities. Our strategy is here to cover these deficiencies. We have 13 targeted actions. The strategy provides a uniform and cohesive policy framework to improve the implementation of relevant European policies and ensures that the needs of coastal communities are properly reflected in the EU activities. And it works at the same time in parallel to support with complementary strategies, islands, and outermost regions. The strategy is based in 3 pillars: prosperity, resilience, and livability of coastal communities. This is something that I'm going to present in the next few minutes. I'm going to present some of the policy initiatives included in each pillar. The first pillar of prosperity wants to use the financial potential of coastal regions and support their growth. Many coastal regions are still dependent by one sector, heavily dependent, which means that they're exposed to market shocks, environmental changes, and seasonal instability. Therefore, the strategy supports differentiation of the blue economy, including investments in new sectors and job creation connected to the sustainable use of marine resources. For example, we propose support of coastal entities to use effectively data from the oceans in order to enhance resilience and economic growth through our new initiative, Ocean Eye, that was presented by President von der Leyen in March and was approved by the European Commission some days ago. It's an initiative to monitor and collect data for marine environment through collaborations at European and international level. We also have a methodology for certification of blue coal actions, blue carbon actions, the so-called blue carbon credits, which capture CO2 from marine or coastal habitats. These certified pollutants captured by the habitats can be taken into account in the pollutant balance, and so they will have a specific economic value that could be used by coastal regions. We also promote blue bioeconomy through new cooperations and local value change in coastal communities, and the support for pilot solutions and development of standards for boats and dual-use technologies, for example, for fisheries and tourism. The second pillar is resilience to climate change, environmental degradation, and socioeconomic pressures. The strategy wants to support preparedness to face extreme weather events and support protection and restoration of marine and coastal ecosystems. On climate change, we would like to explore the possibility of investments in cooperation with the European Investment Bank for projects of coastal adaptation to climate change. At the same time, the strategy promotes schemes for limitation and co-management of protected marine areas and the participation of fishermen, scientists, and local authorities. This is the co-management approach that we have seen that works very well in many European countries. And we believe that when the interested parties participate in the co-management of protected marine areas, we can achieve a more effective and sustainable protection. On security and extreme weather events, The strategy promotes the use of advanced digital tools for information at real time, simulations, and scenarios. Finally, the third pillar is livability. Coastal areas must remain areas where people would like to live and work, and areas where we can preserve their cultural identity and enhance their quality of life. The strategy emphasizes the social dimension of development in coastal areas, supports investments in education, training, in order to help younger generations to find better jobs, to create their own businesses, and remain connected to the financial and social life of their communities. The strategy also examines access to basic services, affordable housing, and connectivity, promoting social cohesion. Housing is a very important problem in many coastal communities, and we can see that in Cyprus in coastal areas. Upcoming legislation on affordable housing is going to take into account the specificity of coastal communities, and it will support them in order to find specific practical solutions adapted to their needs. At the same time, the new facility for European Bauhaus, the new European Bauhaus facility, and the upcoming laboratory of best practices for coastal and island communities of the new European Bauhaus is expected to contribute to the improvement of living conditions in coastal communities. Ladies and gentlemen, since we are in Cyprus, we could give a plethora of examples on how the strategy could support coastal communities and its people. I'm going to give you 3 examples. First of all, research centers like Eratosthenis and Chios and Cyprus Marine and Maritime Institute and the Oceanographic Center of the University of Cyprus can participate in the initiative for monitoring of marine environment, Oceanai. Already, the President of the European Commission has announced 50 million to support these initiatives. The data that we will get through these initiatives will be very useful for the sustainable management of marine environment in Cyprus, preparedness of coastal areas in Cyprus in order to face extreme weather events, support of Cypriot businesses in the blue economy sector. The President before talked about aquaculture infrastructure, which is a very good example. And of course, they will contribute to the protection of important submarine infrastructure of the Republic of Cyprus. A second example is further support of pesca tourism. This is something we already have in Cyprus, but it has important possibilities to offer a complementary revenue for our fishermen and also enrich the tourist products offered in Cyprus. Third, Cyprus can benefit from the development of certification of blue carbon actions. After the development and approval of the methodology, local authorities and organized groups could develop actions that will result in the creation or extension of natural or marine habitats with certified capture of CO2, which will have specific benefits for those participating in these actions. The implementation of the strategy is based in better use and alignment of finance and investment means, programs and implementation of the EU, like the European Investment Bank, national development banks, and financial institutions. In this framework, the priorities of the strategy will be reflected in the new financial tools of the EU. In order to succeed, we need close coordination at the European, national, regional, and local level. Ladies and gentlemen, the strategy introduces a cohesive framework of European policy and funding, providing member states with a clearer framework to support coastal areas. We want to have a more targeted, effective support adapted to the local needs, therefore strengthening prosperity, resilience, and sustainability of coastal communities. Implementation starts immediately, and as Vice President Fito said, what's important now is go through implementation, and this is what we're going to center on. We're going to monitor progress at a regular basis, both through the public, also through the digital table of monitoring of implementation of the actions of the European Ocean Pact. Finally, I would like to say a big thank you to all of you for your commitment, your enthusiasm to support the strategy, and therefore the communities in the coasts of Europe. I would especially like to thank Vice President Fito for the excellent cooperation and support in the development of the strategy, and also to my team from my cabinet and DG Mare. Finally, I would like to thank the Cyprus presidency, both for the coordination and organization of this high-level conference and for the wider successful action and substantial promotion of important European policies like they were presented by the President of the Republic. As a European Commissioner, but also as a Cypriot citizen that lived up close what the Cyprus presidency did, I'm especially proud for the exemplary efforts of my government and my country. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioner, for outlining Commission's strategy and also for the specific actions that are trying to empower and protect our coastal communities. And with this, the first part of our conference is coming to an end. I will now ask you to go, we're going to have the family photo, and I will ask all the delegates to go to the Orpheus Amphitheater for the family photo, except our distinguished guests sitting in the first two rows. I will ask you to remain until the rest of the delegations go right away for the family photo, so we can save some time. Okay? And after the family photo, we're going to have a coffee break, which is going to take place outside this room. seats as soon as possible so we can resume. Please be seated so we can start. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this room, where we will proceed now with the second part of our conference. We will delve into the specificities of the two strategies. Both panel discussions will include a moderated discussion among speakers and will be followed by a Q&A session. I will invite everyone during the Q&A session to keep any comments or questions short so we can accommodate as many speakers as possible. Our first panel is dedicated to unlocking the potential of EU islands. It is a great pleasure to invite the moderator, Ms. Themis Christophidou, Director General of the Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy of the European Commission, alongside her distinguished speakers, Mr. Stefanos Gigas, Deputy Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy of Greece, Ms. Marie-Antoinette Maupertuis, President of the Assembly of Corsica, Mr. Philippe Reinhard, President of the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions and Regional Councillor for Region Gotland, Ms. Erika Enlund, Executive Director of the National Association of Finnish Islands. Dear Christophidou, we are confident that along your distinguished guest, you will enlighten us on how to unlock the full potential of islands. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the thematic session, Unlocking the Potential of EU Islands. It is a great pleasure and privilege to moderate this session and to welcome our distinguished speakers. Today, we will hear from speakers representing different sea basins and island communities across the EU. Their perspectives will help us explore both the diversity of island realities and the common challenges and opportunities that connect them. Let me now introduce our panelists, but we've done it already, so I will not repeat it. So, a couple of words to set the scene of the discussion. The President of the Republic of Cyprus said it this morning. Over 17 million people live on more than 4,000 inhabited islands across the EU. Like the EU itself, our islands are highly diverse. They differ greatly in size, population, and geography, from small remote islands to large insular territories with very different economic and social realities. Despite their diversity, islands share a number of common challenges linked to insularity: distance, connectivity, dependence on external supply chains remain part of everyday life for many island communities. At the same time, islands are places of innovation, of resilience, of strong community spirit. They are often at the forefront of the energy transition, sustainable tourism, the blue economy, and climate adaptation. Recognizing both these challenges and the opportunities calls for a strong and coordinated European response. It is the purpose of the European Strategy for Islands. The strategy provides a shared vision and a framework for coordinated action. It aims to ensure that policies and investments better reflect the realities of island life. Today's discussion is an opportunity to reflect on how we can unlock the strengths of European islands, address their specific challenges, and support their sustainable development. Our discussion will focus on 4 interconnected themes. These themes are aligned with the structure of the EU Strategy for Islands and are particularly relevant to island communities across the EU. The first theme is territorial development and connectivity. The second is energy transition, resource dependency, and climate challenges. The third is the right to stay dimension. Vice President Fito talked about it this morning, including quality of life and demographic sustainability. And the fourth one is security and resilience. Our 4 distinguished speakers will bring a wide range of experiences and perspectives in relation to these 4 themes. I look forward to a lively conversation that highlights both the diversity of Europe's islands and our shared ambition to unlock their full potential. So, let us begin with our first topic, territorial cooperation and connectivity. For island communities, connectivity is about much more than getting from one place to the other. It shapes access to jobs, education, healthcare, public services. It influences business opportunities, social cohesion, and participation in the single market. Whether by sea, air, or digital networks, strong connections are essential if islands are to remain vibrant places to live, work, and invest. To begin our discussion on territorial development and connectivity, I would like to give the floor to our first speaker, Ms. Marie-Antoinette Maupertuis, President of the Assembly of Corsica. I invite you to share your perspective on territorial development and connectivity and what these issues mean in practice for island communities. Please, you have the floor.
I will speak in French. Merci.
Thank you very much for your question. I'd also like to thank the Cyprus presidency for its welcome and for all it's done over the last few months to support this strategy. Thank you for all the hard work done. I'd also like to thank the European Commission and Commissioner Fito in particular for listening to us in discussions we've had on the island strategy. And I'd also like to thank Commissioner Cadiz for listening to us as well. We have an island strategy today, and we should welcome that. It's been a long road, followed by many representatives of the islands, from the Economic and Social Committee, the President of the Assembly of Corsica, the CPMR. I think we should welcome this. We should congratulate ourselves on this, because now islands are recognized properly. They're recognized in the treaty in Article 174, but up until now we haven't had a program. We now have a program, a strategic program, and connectivity is absolutely essential as part of that. First of all, for the first time, there is recognition, building on work carried out by the OECD. You know, the fact that island regions have an extra cost to bear. We need to put a figure on that. In some cases, the cost is 3 times higher than what we see on the mainland in the same member states. And we know that physical connectivity, but also digital connectivity, is very important for island territories and for regional development, for economic development, imports, exports. Our competitiveness depends on connectivity. And in addition to the economic aspects, there are other issues as well. For example, territorial cohesion. You know, this promise of European territorial integration means connectivity. There has to be greater connectivity between the islands and the rest of mainland Europe. So we have our natural resources, we have our intelligence resources as well. We need to boost those, and we also need greater connectivity, as I say. But there also needs to be secure connectivity. Sometimes our connections are vulnerable, be they digital or physical. When it comes to this additional cost, well, for Corsica, we address this in two ways. Corsica has territorial continuity in the sense that France makes certain payments. This is obviously checked by the European Commission. It's state aid, but the aim of this investment is to boost public services. And there is delegation of public services. Now, we intend to follow two paths, and I think this echoes what's happening in other islands. First of all, in 2026, infrastructure is absolutely essential, be that port infrastructure, airports, and indeed digital infrastructure, cables and other tools. We need to invest and modernize our connectivity infrastructure. That's absolutely essential. You know, we have to work towards the energy transition, and with that in mind, we're working on electrification of ports. And when we talk about the energy transition of infrastructure, we also need to talk about renewal of the fleet, modernizing our fleet. And recently, a regional Corsican company invested in a vessel running on GPL. Now, LPG rather. Now, we need to look at working with the member states and finding a way of reducing the burden, the administrative burden of state aid for island territories. As I said a few months ago when I met DG Competition, an island, islands aren't pure in terms of competition. You can't get proper pure competition. You've got monopolies, oligopolies. If there is no interest in financial terms, then people won't invest. For example, maritime companies won't guarantee the connections, the connectivity. So we need a more flexible view of state aid arrangements for infrastructure and for delegating public services. And the last subject which was raised, and I'd like to thank the Commission and the Commissioner for doing this, is the question of the ETS. Now, we defend the environment in our islands. Of course we do. We want there to be decarbonisation. But at the same time, we can't have the transition when you're faced with this wall. You end up paying a double penalty, and then you've got the question of the ETS as well. So the new directive, the revised ETS directive, should allow us perhaps allow for exemptions for us, or indeed a moratorium, so that we can recover part of the ETS revenue and then invest that in infrastructure on port infrastructure, airport infrastructure. I think it's very important to stress that.
You're very clear. Just allow me a follow-up question. You've touched upon the environment and the sustainability. Can islands improve their connections between the island and the mainland, between islands, but do it in a green and sustainable way? Do you have a couple of examples that you can share with us?
Votre question.
I think your question refers to the maritime basin where we are located in geographical terms, and also the investment challenge, which has to be addressed. In our, well, in France in particular, we've had this very centralized approach, and we've talked a lot about the coast and the mainland. But if you look at Corsica, the maritime basin, well, I mean, Tuscany is 80 kilometers away, Sardinia is just a few kilometers away, so it's a big maritime basin. And it has to be seen in terms of a cross-border maritime basin. And this is something that could be done through European territorial cooperation, for example, in Interreg. But I think we need to go further than that and perhaps think in terms of territorial continuity. You know, we're nearer to European regions, be they islands or the mainland, than to our own member state in some cases. And I think we need to build, we need to make the most of that closeness. There's going to be a group set up between Sardinia and Corsica, and perhaps also Tuscany, and we're going to be working on the idea of ferries between Corsica and Tuscany. We're only talking about a few kilometers. And there's also the Bonifacio Strait, where we can perhaps show a good example of maritime cooperation and territorial cooperation, and also green energy transition.
I'm trying to catch up on a bit on the time that we have to advance so that we don't stay too long before lunch. I turn to our second speaker, Mr. Stefanos Gikas. Energy transition, resource dependency, and climate challenges. For many islands, these issues are not questions for the future. They're already part of today, of their everyday reality. Rising energy costs, dependence on imported resources, and the impacts of climate change are being felt across island communities. At the same time, islands are often at the forefront of innovation. They are the ones testing new approaches, investing in renewable energy, and demonstrating how local solutions can contribute to broader European objectives. Please help us explore these opportunities and challenges. The floor is yours.
Since I'm in Cyprus, allow me to speak in Greek.
I would like to start with a motto. Islands for a country, for the European Union, for Europe, are an advantage, not a disadvantage. Of course, we're faced with challenges that were also analyzed in detail by the previous speakers, but we can turn these challenges to opportunities. And this is what we're trying to do. You know, Greece has 3,000 islands. 110 of them are inhabited, but only 26 have an airport. So connectivity with the mainland and between the islands is a very important, decisive factor. And this is where we would like to promote green transition in order to create environment-friendly ships for connections. We finalized a very important study to renew our fleet We have 326 ships with an average age of 30 years, which means that it is very important to renew this fleet. And, of course, this is going to help people living in islands. It will provide better services, better connectivity. This is one sector where we really can have substantial help with the new strategy for islands. What is more, islands are faced with this increased island cost. Greece tries to balance this extra cost, and this is in a legal order. People living in islands are either subsidized for their tickets or businesses for their transports. This is something that we could take into account in the new European strategy for islands. It could be a rule, and it could end up being a regulation of the European Union. Green transition is just it's not just a simple thing. We need to change the mindset. In many Greek islands, we have such policies. You might have heard of the island of Tilos, which is an island that has zero waste, so we're applying circular economy. Or the island of Halki, which is an energetically neutral island, or Astipalea Island, which is a sustainable island. We would like to extend this to all our islands, smaller or bigger islands, by making use of green policies, circular economy, and of course, this is where the EU can help. They already help us because now we have a program in action, which is called Greco Islands. The initials are GR ECO, so they're Greek ecological islands. We could take into account climate problems, which is the next pillar, because it is true that islands are more exposed to climate change, to coastal erosion, and all these things impact also the quality of life of the people. There are many islands in Greece that are faced with water scarcity problems. And, of course, the government, with the help of the European Union, can intervene. And already the Ministry of Maritime Policy and the Ministry of Defense, that is also co-responsible for this, is trying to help these islands. And this is something that is also in the framework of the European strategy for islands, resilience to climate crises. It's not only water scarcity, it's coastal erosion and many other things. So we can make our islands turn the challenges with the help of the EU in a specific European policy for islands into opportunities. So we can transform challenges into opportunities so that our citizens can stay the island. I would like to finish with something that regards my island. I'm from the island of Corfu. Corfu doesn't only have the big island. We have small islands around the island of Corfu. 40 years ago, there were 1,800 inhabitants in these 3 islands. Today, we have 150 people. There's no school, there's nothing. So this is where we should emphasize. This is, I imagine, something that is not happening only in Greece. It is happening in many other islands of the European Union.
Water resilience is also a challenge for Cyprus, of course, and for many other islands. We have spoken about connectivity, energy, resources, climate resilience. But at the heart of all these issues lies one simple question. Can islands remain attractive places to live, work, and build a future? This brings us to our third theme, the right to stay, which is at its heart about people and communities. The circumstances vary from one island to the other, but the ambition is the same. Strong communities, good services, opportunities for younger generations, and a future that people can believe in. To help us explore this theme, I'm inviting Erika Englund, Vice Chair of the European Small Islands Federation, who represents also the Finnish Archipelago Association, to share her perspective.
Thank you. Dear conference guests and dear island friends, I come from a small island in the Finnish archipelago, and like many other people in this room, I spent quite a lot of time explaining why islands matter. Today I'm sitting here wearing 3 hats. The first hat is a big sun hat representing ESIN, the European Small Islands Federation, and island communities across Europe. The second hat is a rain hat representing FÖS, the National Association of Finnish Islands. And the third hat is a traditional bonnet from my own island, Pellinge, in the eastern Gulf of Finland. These 3 hats reminds me that islands exist on many levels: European islands, national islands, and the island that you simply call home. No matter which hat I wear, one thing remains the same. People on islands work incredibly hard for something that many others take for granted: the possibility to continue living where we belong. In fact, only last week, my own community fought to save our local school. We lost in the municipal council by 1 single vote. That may sound like a local issue, but many islands across Europe know exactly what that feels like. Because the right to stay is rarely about a single school, a ferry route, or health services. It's about whether people can imagine a future on the island. Many islands are governed from the mainland. Decisions are often made far away by people who never take the ferry, never worry about the weather forecast, and never experience the consequences in everyday life. That is why governance matters. Communities need more than services and infrastructure. They need a meaningful voice in decisions that shapes their future. When we discuss resilience, sustainable development, and demographic sustainability, we often focus on infrastructure, investments, and policies. But resilience ultimately depends on people. Who stays on the island all year round? Who checks on the elderly neighbors during a storm? Who runs local businesses, associations, and services? Who passes on local knowledge to the next generation? For me, a truly sustainable island is an island where people can continue to live. When local people can stay, sustainability has all 3 dimensions. It's socially sustainable because communities remain alive. It's economically sustainable because businesses, jobs, and services continue to exist. And it's environmentally sustainable because few people know, use, and care for the sea and the nature as closely as those who live there year-round. I have yet to meet stronger advocates for nature and the sea than islanders themselves. At the same time, islands across Europe are very different. In the Nordic region, winter remains a defining reality. Ice conditions are changing, traditional ice roads are becoming less reliable, and weather patterns are becoming more unpredictable. Finland is also somewhat unique because our islands are found not only at sea, but also on large inland lakes. Most of them are small communities with limited resources and populations. Solutions designed for larger islands do not always fit the realities of small islands. European island policy must recognize this diversity, and yet I am optimistic, because islands are not only places facing challenges, they are also places of innovation. I recently read about a Croatian initiative helping island communities take ownership of their energy future. What inspired me was not the technology, but that it was made for the islanders. Across Europe, islands are pioneering new approaches to renewable energy, local ownership, and community-led solutions. What they have in common is not technology, it's people. Communities that decide to take responsibility for their own future, communities that work together, communities that refuse to give up. This is why I believe the energy transition is not really about energy, it's about the islanders. The energy transition will succeed on islands when it strengthens the communities that make these islands worth saving in the first place. Perhaps the most important lesson islands can offer Europe. The goal is not to create islands with renewable energy. The goal is to create renewable island communities.
Great conclusion. I would like to save a few minutes also for questions from the audience. So I move fast to the fourth theme, security and resilience. Recent years have shown us how quickly island communities can be affected by external shocks, whether linked to climate change, disruptions to transport, supply chains, or wider geopolitical developments. At the same time, islands have repeatedly demonstrated their capacity to adapt, cooperate, and respond to changing circumstances. Building resilience requires not only infrastructure and preparedness, but also strong communities, effective governance, and close cooperation across all levels. To help us explore this important theme, I'm inviting Mr. Philipp Reinhag, President of the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, who at the same time is the Regional Councillor of Gotland region in Sweden.
Thank you. And for those who don't know Gotland, I will start by saying that it is an island located in the middle of the Baltic Sea, and I know that one of Commissioner Cardi's first journeys as Commissioner actually was to my island. I'm very honored by that. But as President of the CPMR, I'm here representing about 140 regions, maritime and island communities all across Europe and beyond. And of course, we very much welcome the fact that the strategy for islands recognizes the growing strategic importance of island territories all across Europe. And as clearly also pointed out by Ms. Maupertuis, who is, apart from being the president of the Corsican Assembly, also the president of our Islands Commission. And I know that you have spent quite a significant amount of hours in advocating in favor of this strategy. The broader significance of the EU strategy as a key milestone is important in itself. And if we make use of the strategy, and I think that's the question now, it will have the possibility of having a tremendous effect on island communities all across Europe in closing the gap in opportunities for islanders. And I would sincerely want to thank both Vice President, Executive Commissioner Fitto, who is unfortunately not here, and Commissioner Cardis, Vice President of the Parliament, Yunus Omarjee, for your continuous advocacy in favor of this, and all of the island communities that have contributed to the consultation phase and the Commission and really shaping this strategy. And I will now focus on the question on resilience, because this is something that we see grow in importance, and not least in my own home island of Gotland. Because islands are strategic assets for Europe's security and resilience, and the new strategy rightly recognizes that islands are no longer peripheral territories, but strategic assets for Europe's security, preparedness, and territorial cohesion. And the recent geopolitical developments have highlighted that the importance of islands in safeguarding maritime routes, critical infrastructure, energy security, and border management. And security should therefore be understood in a very broad sense, encompassing defense, but also connectivity, energy, civil protection, and the resilience of local communities. And water resilience, as was mentioned, and access to drinking water is a common challenge for all islands, but also a prerequisite for all activities, and for resilience, preparedness, and security. And resilience really starts with strong local capacities and everyday connectivity. The lessons that we have learned from recent crises are clear, that islands cannot be resilient if they lack reliable transport links, energy services, emergency response capacities, or access to essential services. And preparedness must therefore be embedded in a day-to-day territorial policies and investments. The strategy's references to critical infrastructure, to port connectivity and civil preparedness are welcome and should now translate into concrete investments on the ground because they are much needed. Gotland, my home island, is now a living lab for preparedness. Being one of the most critical geostrategic locations in Northern Europe, we are laying the track as we move in ensuring the functioning of essential systems and capacities regardless of external pressures. And strong relationships within the multi-level governance framework and contingency planning keep our services running also in times of crisis. And multi-level governance is a prerequisite for preparedness, and regional and local authorities are often the first responders during emergencies. We have seen it in Ukraine, we have seen it in crises all across Europe, and we play a central role in prevention, preparedness, and recovery. And effective resilience policies cannot be designed only from Brussels or national capitals. The island authorities possess first-hand knowledge of territorial vulnerabilities, operational constraints, and local needs. And the implementation of the EU strategy for Ireland should therefore fully involve island authorities and build on our and their experience, expertise, and operational responsibilities. Because preparedness and resilience are long-term processes. They require stable channels for dialogue, for knowledge sharing, and feedback to ensure that island realities are consistently reflected in future initiatives and investments. And I only have one final message, and that cooperation is one of the greatest strengths of islands. I want to give you one example from my home island. I'm not born an islander, I've become one. We have parishes. It's the religious administrative units. And I must say that I wasn't even aware what parish I was born in. But on Gotland, we have 92 parishes, and they are very strong. And every parish have a church. Why we have taken the initiatives of creating this project that we call Strong Parish, or Strong Village Communities, where we empower the local parishes or village communities to themselves develop a strong preparedness, home preparedness and village preparedness. And this, of course, will help us in time of crisis, when we know that there are civil societies, there are strong communities that will be able to take responsibilities that we will have to focus as local and regional authorities in assisting in the more military defense of our islands. I think we all can learn quite a lot from the crises that we have seen, but we can also be inspired by the island culture, by the island resilience that I think islanders throughout many centuries have shown in innovation, in preparedness, and in a willingness and ability to find a way regardless of the challenges that we are put in front of. I can end there.
As a born islander, I'll confirm that you're right on the last point. I would like to make this even more interactive, so from the audience, who would like the floor? Yes, please. You.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this conversation. I'm Elena Calistro, the president of the ECO section of the European Economic and Social Committee.
Please tell us for whom will be your question.
Well, my question would be actually for my neighbor from the Committee of the Regions, because I think that moving along, we will have to deal, of course, with opinions on the strategy in itself. And I'm wondering, because we will be working on one, I'm wondering how can we make this more specific so that we make sure that we have, first of all, the resources, especially in the next MFF, during the next MFF negotiations, and how do we make sure that when it comes to this strategy, we will have regional authorities, but also civil society and social partners at the table in a real and substantive way. So how do you see the path forward for this? And of course, looking forward to the answers.
Thank you.
Merci pour cette...
Yes, thank you very much indeed for this question. And of course, I'll be speaking French. post-2027, I think that for that period, these national and regional partnership plans, the NRPPs, if there is the presence of an island in a member state, there should be a chapter or a section on islands. There are regional chapters now, and member states should be able to have an island chapter or an islands chapter if there are several islands, of course. So I think that that would be something that would be necessary. And on the greatest possible involvement of regional authorities and social partners, I think, but really it's the Commission who could answer this. I think that the Commission has shown over the last few months effectively that the Committee of the Regions and the European Economic and Social Committee should and are indeed entirely involved in the programming of this strategy. Obviously, we'll see what regulation will come out from the negotiating process. I don't see any problem with involving local and regional authorities, but obviously member states should be able to do this according to the regulation. And it depends on the way in which each member state is organized internally, what its national institutions are. In Germany, for example, the National Regional Partnership Plan is ready-made, really, because according to the constitution, then the lender are automatically consulted. In France, Corsica, and I'm sorry, Vice President, to leave out the outermost regions now, which have a specific attention paid to them. But for Corsica, it's up to the goodwill of the government of France to include a regional chapter or not for Corsica. But I think that we're moving in the right direction. I think the national authorities know that it's in their interest to have a partnership with local and regional authorities, with the European Commission, a sort of three-pronged partnership there. It's in everybody's interest, of course. Thank you. Thank you. There was another question, I believe, over there.
Hola, voy a hablar en español.
Yes, hello, I'll be speaking Spanish. I'm from the government of the Balearic Islands, and I would just like to echo all of the words of congratulation that have already been said. It was a long road to get here, but we now have this strategy under Article 174 of the TFEU. This strategy and the fact that we have an EU strategy for islands has shown that this Commission has a sensitivity to islands that we haven't seen before. I'm from the Balearic Islands, as I said, and this new strategy, the document refers to interregional cooperation and cross-border cooperation through Interreg funds. Islands should be able to address common challenges, the blue economy, energy renewal, crisis management. And the strategy also invites member states to promote, this is something we've also said here, but to promote territorial investment tools for island areas. So trying to overcome the usual administrative barriers. So here I would have a question, really, because this would be a commitment that the Commission would have to take on board, or the European Parliament would have to take on board, taking into account all of this, because the Balearic Islands do face severe normative barriers, which causes an inequality between us and the other islands. There's a strict geographical limit for cross-border cooperation for Interreg programs. It's 150 kilometers is the limit for Interreg cross-border regions. That doesn't fit the reality of the Mediterranean basin. Given this new strategy and a focus on islands, my question, well, perhaps it's not a question, it's something that the European Parliament could do to ensure that there are actually exceptions in place to ensure that the Balearic Islands could actually take part in these Interreg partnerships by getting rid of this 150-kilometer limit. It would mean that we could be entirely integrated into cross-border programs which are based on common interest, not just the fact that it's cross-border and that the border regions are immediately on either side of the border. We're the only islands in the European Union that actually are disadvantaged by these Interreg funds. So thank you very much, and congratulations to Cyprus again for hosting us for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. The Parliament is here and listens to your comment. I'll take a last question if there is one. Otherwise, I will. Yes, last one.
Hello, hi, I'm Tuli Rantala. I'm the chairperson of the Federation for Irish Islands. And my question is for Deputy Minister Kikas. I was really glad to hear you mention the islands of islands, which face different kind of challenges again. For the Irish Islands, in the background document for the Strategy for Islands, we are merged together with the state, and obviously the growth data from the country of Ireland is, we have a very different story on the offshore islands of Ireland. And my question would be, especially now that Ireland takes over the presidency, on what would be, how should the islands of islands, in your opinion, be taken into account and could be taken better into account in the strategy and its implementation? Any tips for Ireland?
Να απαντήσω στα
I will reply in Greek. Yes, you're talking about these small, very small islands, which are a very important factor of insularity. These small islands, compared to the bigger ones, are faced with bigger challenges and have many more problems. And this is where we have to focus our attention and make sure that we can mitigate these problems with policies that we have already applied. For example, Greece already does that at a national level, but we should promote this to the European level. I talked about the population of the small islands around Corfu compared to the people living in Corfu. We have a lot of problems of the population. This is where we must focus our attention, and I'm happy you're mentioning this issue. Micro-insularity is part of the European strategy of the islands, if I'm not mistaken. So we can take this into account so that during your presidency, but also with the Greek presidency in a year from now, we can reach a specific policy that will be implemented.
Out of respect for my colleague Charlina, who is going to run a next panel, I want to close here. I want to thank the 4 distinguished panelists and make a very short summary. Vice President Fito said it during his intervention. This is a strategy, it's the start of a long common path. It's not the end. And we can only achieve our objectives here if we work together. I count on you all. You can count on me and DG Regio. Thank you very much.
First of all, I'm really happy to have the coastal communities deliverable now under the Cypriot presidency, because we have actually two agendas that meet together in these initiatives. The territorial, place-based approach, the territorial agenda, which is very close to my heart because my first home DG was DG Regio, and I was doing that as part of my portfolio as a director. And the ocean agenda, which is so close to my heart, and I'm so uplifted now to see that the European Ocean Pact really lifts the ocean at its right place, at the top of the political agenda. So this, what we are doing today, is really the cross-section of two extremely important agendas. Second thing, we have to see really as an opportunity these two strategies that we're covering today, because the coastal and island communities, they are the life bond between Europe and the ocean. So the more ocean goes up into the political agenda, the more coastal areas are shifting place at the top of the political agenda. So this interface between Europe and the ocean makes these communities, islands and coastal communities, so important, so unique. And that's why we have for the first time this communication on coastal communities. Another very important element, so I have two more points that I would like to raise, and I will also take inspiration from what His Excellency the President of Cyprus said, and I quote, "Remarkable potential, strategic importance, previous panel, strategic asset." So we are not talking only about vulnerabilities, we are talking about enormous potential. And for sustainable blue economy, ocean economy, the sky is the limit. We even don't know at the moment the scale of this potential because we know still very little about it. So the potential is there, and our goal will be to unlock this potential because it will serve the whole of Europe. And here is my last point. And I will take inspiration again, this time from what Prime Minister Abela said. Islands and coastal communities, they not only have to think, but also to act beyond their territories. And I will give you two examples. The Ocean Eye, our favorite, not only to us, but also to our President initiative. Who is going to perform the function of ocean observation? Of course, the coastal communities. And I look also at our ICES friend. You are going to rely on these communities to collect this data that we need in order to understand the ocean and understand the potential. So this is equally important, but also the carbon capture, blue carbon capture, equally important for coastal and landlocked communities. So this type of public service beyond these communities, we have to highlight it, and we should not be tired of highlighting this, because that will ensure our support and the finances that we need in order to enable these communities. I will stop here because we have a distinguished panel today, and the idea of this panel is to concentrate on the three objectives that my commissioner outlined very eloquently. And because I have one member of the panel that has to leave very soon, I will start with him, so we change the order. And I will invite Mr. Javier Garat, who I know that you have many hats, and you will pick the ones that you want to share with us. So, member of the European Economic and Social Committee, a rapporteur on the Ocean Pact, president of the Association of the National Organization of Fishing Companies, which we know as Europes, and Secretary General of the Spanish Fishing Confederation, Copesca. So, our question to Mr. Garat, because he is member of ECOSOC, will be on the third dimension. And this is actually a question related to the objective of livable communities and quality of life. So, my question to you, Javier, as a member of ESC, you stand for the organized civil society. And I would like to ask you how you see the social aspect of coastal communities development. And we know that in order to have livable communities, we need labor force, we need youth there. And it is so essential to have education and skills there. So how do you see this constellation of questions? And of course, because I know that you are a very passionate defender of the interests of the fisheries community, you can link the question to the role of fisheries communities.
Thank you very much, Charlina. I'm sorry I have to leave to take a plane at 14:35, so I'm in a rush. And thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here on behalf of the European Economic and Social Committee, the voice of the civil society organization. I don't know if you are aware, but we have 3 groups. We represent the employers, the employees, and the civil society organization, as they are called, including fishers, farmers, NGOs, consumers, etc. Today here was also Elena Calistro, as you saw before, the ECO section president. Let me start informing you that last week I was appointed rapporteur of the European Economic and Social Committee on this opinion on coastal communities. So I will continue working with that. And the good thing, I'm glad to tell you, is that in my personal opinion, it's a very good strategy. So I'm going to be very positive and constructive, dear Commissioner Cadiz, and I will propose, as I said, positive and constructive actions to the rest of the plenary for the opinion. At the EESC, we always bet for a balance between environmental, social, and economic aspects, dimensions of sustainability, and this is very important. From our perspective, the future of Europe's coastal communities depends first and foremost on people. If we want these communities to remain prosperous, resilient, and livable, as the strategy is saying, we must ensure that young people can build a future there. Today, in general, the blue economy, including, of course, fisheries sector, faces a significant demographic challenge. Many experienced fishers, seamen, and other professionals are retiring, while too few young people are entering the profession. Young people want attractive salaries, good working conditions, including teleworking, as we call it, professional recognition, and a clear career prospects. To attract and retain talent, we need to restore confidence in the future of maritime professions and invest in skills that match the needs of a modern and innovative blue economy. We need all types of professionals, I can assure you. I'm also the president of the Spanish Maritime Cluster. It's a problem in the whole blue chain economy, from seamen and fishers to naval architects. You cannot imagine how many people we need to continue with these activities. I was just reading a recent STEFC report, the Scientific, Technical, Economic and Fisheries Committee, on social data on European Union fishers, and it's very worrying. It says, a perfect storm is emerging in the fisheries socio-economic system as a result not only of the aging of the workforce, but also of the loss of attractiveness of the sector, the high regulatory burden, operational pressure, competition for maritime space, decline in fish resources, import pressure, inflation, and the fall in fish competition, in fish consumption, sorry. The shortage of crew members threatens the viability of the activity. Well, this is a very worrying sentence. But I think we are able to change this, working all together, Commission, institutions, scientists, sector. And this is why also education, training, and lifelong learning are so important. Fisheries and other maritime sectors increasingly require digital, environmental, and technical competences. You mentioned that I could say a few words about what we do in the fishing sector. Europesh is involved in several European Union-funded projects to support the transformation and to provide the skills to our fishers. I'm not going to mention all of them and develop all of them, but there are some like Bootcar, co-founded by DG Mare. There's another called Pillars of the Sea, Starfish, Way Forward. And in the Spanish Maritime Cluster, we have developed what we call the Blue Itinerary Guide. It's a guide for the young people, explaining them what can they expect from studying different options, the careers that we have, and what are the career opportunities that they will find. Just to give them the opportunity to have a look into it and see that in the blue economy we can have a future. Beyond skills and employment, fisheries play a unique role in sustaining coastal communities. In many regions, fishing is one of the few economic activities capable of generating quality jobs and maintaining population in remote coastal and rural areas. By creating employment both at sea and on land, the sector helps prevent depopulation, supports local businesses and services, and contributes to territorial cohesion. But at the same time, fisheries are an essential part of Europe's cultural heritage and maritime identity, fishing traditions, knowledge, and I come from a lovely fishing town in Spain, in the south of Spain, in Andalusia, in Cádiz, called Sanlúcar de Barrameda, and you can feel it there. I cannot imagine my town without fishing activity, not only because we create wealth and employment, but also for the gastronomy, for the importance that historically it has had, how it has developed the harbors and of course as food producers. I had a few more things about cultural heritage, but it looks that I'm running out of time. But I wanted to say a few words about something that I think is very important, thinking on the MFF, which is the importance of the fishing local action groups, the FLAGs. They can clearly contribute to economic diversification in areas dependent on fishing, create local employment, support for small businesses and entrepreneurs, innovation in blue economy, sustainable coastal development, and social territorial cohesion. When you discuss this MFF with the member states and the European Parliament, please take into account that some ring-fence money for that should be allocated. And the last thing, which I think is very important, if we want to make fishing more attractive to young people, we need a targeted reform. Targeted. I'm not saying a complete reform, a targeted reform of the common fisheries policy to urgently address the needed issues, the failures that we have had, and the challenges. In general, the common fisheries policy has performed very well in environmental terms. From a socio-economic point of view, it's not the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Javier. As always, very passionate for everything you're doing. I'm skipping some of the heads. You have too many. Really thank you for your contribution to this panel, a very important contribution. And I sense that we are going to work extremely well together, not only on the coastal communities strategy implementation, but also on, I quote, targeted fixing of what still needs to be fixed because policies are outlived by reality. So if you need to leave, you leave when necessary.
I'm
we
really
continue. We're sorry that you're not going to be part of the discussion afterwards for the questions and answers, but we will have the opportunities.
Can I give an advice to everybody?
Please
Enjoy
do.
eating seafood. You will not only be healthier, but you will be happier. That's very important.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Now we come back to the first objective. First, actually there is no ranking, which is about prosperity, which is based on this unknown enormous scale of potential that blue economy has. And we already perceived from the previous speaker that we need diversification. So what is the image for diversified, sustainable, competitive blue economy? And this question goes to our honorable member of the European Parliament, Mr. Cabral do Nascimento, São Paulo. Let me present you, though it is clear that you're first vice chair of the Committee of Fisheries in the European Parliament, but also Paolo is a member of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development and can make the link with the rural areas because we make the link in the Coastal Communities Communication, and the one on regional development, REGI. But you're, most importantly for this question, a co-legislator. So how do you see this element, this objective of the coastal communities, but also how do you see, because you're in the traditional sector, in the Fisheries Committee, how do you see the modernization, adaptation, evolution of the traditional sectors of this diverse cluster of blue economy activities?
Thank you so much. A first word to thank the Cypriotic presidency, also the Commission for the invitation, for being here, and to congratulate also the Cyprus presidency for the excellent work they have done, and they set the pace, a very high standard for the next presidencies, and I hope that we can together achieve the best results possible, specifically on the MFF, that is a major concern for us. Well, regarding your question, dear Director General, first I have to congratulate also the Commission for the presentation of these strategies. It's quite important when we were concerned about the possibility of a centralization on an approach that was focused only on the capitals of the member states. With these strategies, we are seeing that there is a real commitment of the Commission to address the local impacts and the local communities. And for us, this is quite important that we defended since the beginning in the European Parliament the bottom-up approach, the based and the local-led development that we are quite important for us in the multi-level governance. So these strategies, in my point of view, is starting to correct a little bit the proposal, the initial proposal from the Commission. Regarding your question, I see it, dear Director General, as not substitution thing, but a complementary thing. We need to, and we just heard a very passionate intervention about the fisheries sector, but we need to continue to have fisheries and fishermen in our coastal communities. We cannot forget that we still, unfortunately it's rising, but we still import more than 70% of the fish that we consume. So this is important for us to understand the point that we are right now. We have problems with regeneration renewal, we have problems with the attractiveness of the sector, with incomes. So this is why we need to address all of that to guarantee that people and young people see the activity again as an important activity and an activity with future. But having said that, we need to guarantee also that the best tools, the best scientific knowledge, the best information are available for this sector. And we are talking about all the sectors of blue economy that could help also this important sector of the fisheries. So when we speak about blue economy fisheries sector, we are speaking about the marine protected areas and the possibility of having carbon credits of the biomass that we are protecting. We are speaking about the knowledge of the deep sea. We are speaking about the knowledge of the species. And we now have, unfortunately, the impact of the climate changes that are completely mixing species in some habitats that we didn't have in the past. So all of this knowledge, all of these information are essential for us to deal with these challenges that we are facing. Also, aquaculture, it's important to guarantee that our aquaculture sector are growing. The Cyprus is a very good example of the good aquaculture projects, but this is not the case at the European Union level. So we need to bet more on aquaculture. We need to have more scientists, more fisher scientists to understand that when we go to the sea, it's important not only to fish, but at the same time to know and to know the species, but and also at the same time they have to be managers because they need to understand what will be the price of the fish that they're going to sell. In some cases, I understand that when we go to the sea, we need to catch what is in front of us, but if you leave something for tomorrow, maybe you can get more money today. So I think all of this is quite important to address it. And when we speak about all the sectors of blue economy on the coastal areas, I am afraid that in some cases, our coastal areas are, I will not say dying, but they are losing their characteristic particularities. What we saw in the past was, and I have to tell you this is the case of Portugal or some of the outermost regions that I come from, Azores, all the houses in the coastal areas were built with their back to the sea. because the sea always brought bad news. The husband that didn't return from the fishing activity, or the son that didn't return for the discoveries. So we looked at the sea in looking trying to avoid the bad news. And now all of these communities are being replaced by fantastic houses for the tourists. The tourists that will come in the summer on holidays, and then they return, and these houses remain closed. So losing the attractiveness and the livability and the vibrant communities that we had in the past. So this is why we need to address all of this together. The pesca tourism, the tourism in these coastal areas also need to be taken into account. And also, when we speak about these coastal communities, we cannot forget there is a huge important thing here. I know it was not the main one, but it was already spoken to this morning, is the question of security and defense. When we have 95 million Europeans living in the coastal areas, and when we have more than 70,000 kilometers of coastline, we are seeing that we need also to have actions dedicated to these areas, because I usually say, lack of European activity or lack of European attention to some areas, some European areas, turn them more vulnerable for external enemies, for sure. And now we have this strategy for the border regions, but all the coastline is also a border region, but also vulnerable for internal enemies and adversaries for the European project. So it's important to not leave anyone behind, especially the coastal areas are of utmost importance. To conclude, I just want to highlight the importance to have co-management approach, the participation of all the community on these coastal areas, a bottom-up approach, a community-led project, because, like we just heard, Interreg, leaders, is quite important and very successful programs that we need to continue. Because when we talk about the principle of subsidiarity, we are saying one simple thing. The ones that are more close to the communities knows the best how to use the policies and how to use the money. And this is why we need to continue to see the European Union not as a Brussels-centered issue, but a regional and local community progress and construction, because with that we will earn all when we have all our regions, all our communities developing at the same pace, or at least having the same goals, with different tools for sure, but having the same goals and not leaving anyone behind. So for me, this is a very good strategy, and I hope now we can turn it, as Commissioner Cadiz, and I also thank you for this leadership in all of these areas, as usually says, this is a first step, and we in the European Parliament will be prepared to help the Commission, to give the right instruments to the Commission, to apply this good strategy, because it focuses one important point. We need to not leave anyone behind, and coastal communities are essential for our cultural heritage, our, I would say, characteristics as Europeans, and to conclude, essential for also economic activity like fisheries.
Thank you very much, Paul. Really appreciate it. And it gives me a very nice bridge to our next participant on the panel, Ms. Mata Iverson. She's member of the European Committee of the Regions and rapporteur on the Ocean Pact, but also a member of the County Council of Skåne region in Sweden. Paolo was talking about the bottom-up approaches, the multi-layer governance, and we also heard from the previous panel from Erika Englund, but also from Philipp Reinhard, that multi-layer governance is actually not a good to have. It is a vital necessity in order to be relevant in our decision-making, because otherwise we are missing the picture which we have to reflect in our decision-making. So how would you reflect on the multi-level governance related to, as an enabler of this coastal community strategy? How do you see the role of the European cities, towns, villages, regions, local authorities? And also my second part of the question is about these new, probably some of them unknown possibilities for developing blue economy, new chapters of blue economy and growth and competitiveness, together with nature regenerative solutions that can be implemented by these communities. Over to you.
Thank you. And thank you for the question and for inviting the Committee of the Regions to this discussion. The Commission's new strategy is a welcome and timely step because it recognizes something that the local and regional representatives have long time insisted for. Europe's coastal communities need policies designed with them, not merely for them. As COR, we welcome the territorial approach proposed by the Commission, particularly of coastal and communities islands. And my message today is very simple. Coastal communities are not the edge of Europe. They are at its core. They face many challenges, but they also offer great opportunities for Europe's future. You asked about the role of local and regional authorities. And for me, this is a very relevant question as a regional politician in the southernmost part of Sweden, in Skåne. And we have coast to the west, we have coast to the south, and we have coast to the east. And in the north, we have the rest of Sweden. And many of the challenges we discussed today are local in nature. They happen in ports, in small towns and cities, and in coastal regions. And this is where the solutions are tested first. The strategy rightly recognizes multi-level governance, and this is not a technical detail. This is the condition for making the strategy work in practice. But now we need to make it real. From our point of view, from the Committee of the Regions, this means two things. First, region must be involved from the start and all the way, not only at the end of the policy process when it's time for fine-tuning. And this point is too late to make meaningful adjustments. We are very happy to be a part of the discussion. And second, we need better coordination of the EU funds, so they easier can be used at local level. The European Pact and the upcoming European Ocean Act can help bring coherence, but this must not lead to more centralized management that leaves regions and municipalities with less influence over decisions that directly affect them. And third, we must support capacity at local level, especially in smaller and more remote areas. The reality is that giving local authorities responsibilities without ensuring the capacity is available where it matters is not a way of success, to succeed. And at the same time, pressures on coastal regions are increasing. Climate change is already visible. Rising sea levels, stronger storms, coastal erosions, biodiversity loss are not abstract debates. They are reality felt that by the people living in coastal communities right now. And this is why Europe must stay the course on climate action, nature protection and pollution prevention. And weakening environmental standards would make coastal regions, would not make coastal regions stronger. It would make them more exposed. But there is also another concern, as you mentioned here before, and it's about geopolitical uncertainty that is growing. And coastal regions are important for energy, transport, and food supply. And this gives them a key role in Europe's security and resilience, but it also makes them exposed to external pressures and disruptions. And people living in these areas must feel that Europe stands with them through investments, preparedness, public services, and fair green transition that strengthens their everyday life. I will go a little bit faster. Let me now turn to the blue economy. Obviously, there is a strong potential here, an enormous potential to be unlocked, as you said, but we must also be careful. Its development must be sustainable, it must be fair and rooted in local needs. From a regional perspective, I see two key points here. First, the local community must benefit. They should not just host projects, they should gain from them through jobs, services, revenue, ownership models that can keep value locally. And second, we should support regenerative solutions that restore ecosystems, reduce pollutions, and help communities to adapt to climate change. And development and environmental protection must go together. A blue economy begins with recognizing that healthy ecosystems are not obstacles to economic development, they are foundation of it. And one cannot achieve one on the expense of the other. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very relevant. Yeah, I see that Paulo needs to go as well. Whenever you have to leave, you leave. But now we go to Carmenu Vela, who is a former commissioner on not only on maritime affairs and fisheries, but at that time it was together with the environment. And now he's a special advisor to our commissioner, Commissioner Cadiz, who now has the privilege of having one portfolio for ocean and fisheries. Our question, we remain with the second objective, which is about resilience. And coming from the Mediterranean, Carmenu, you're so well placed to talk about climate change and environmental degradation impacts. They're very much projected and felt in the Mediterranean. So how would you reflect on the role of the coastal communities to address such impacts and become more resilient towards them?
Thank you very much, Charlina. And I would like to start by highlighting two important points. First of all, when we talk about climate change, we're not talking about something that is going to happen tomorrow. It's happening today, and it has been happening yesterday. So that is very important to indicate the urgency at which we have to walk the talk. The second thing is that coastal communities are the frontliners when it comes to climate impacts. They are the first to suffer, and hopefully they will be the testing grounds of some of the solutions that hopefully we can get. As I said, I come from the Mediterranean. Cadiz comes from the Mediterranean. VP Fitto comes from the Mediterranean, and I thank you both for this very important initiative. The Mediterranean, the perception about the Mediterranean is that it's a very clean sea, it's one of the best seas, but let's face the facts, the Mediterranean is a very vulnerable sea. It has a high concentration of economic activity, population, and biodiversity. Just to give some facts and figures, the Mediterranean Sea is 1% of the global ocean, but it is hosting 8% of the global marine species, all threatened by climate change. The Mediterranean population is higher than the total EU population, and we're talking about 12% of the area of the Mediterranean, which is regarded as coastal regions. 33% of the Mediterranean population live on these coastal communities. In the EU, we mentioned the 95 million figure. In the Mediterranean, it's 150 million figure living in coastal communities. It is an economic hotspot. Why? 1/3 of the global tourism goes to the Mediterranean. 1/3. The Mediterranean is the second cruise destination after the Caribbean. 33% of global trade shipping passes through the Mediterranean. Aquaculture, the European aquaculture, 87% of European aquaculture is in the Mediterranean. So that is why it is regarded as an economic hotspot. Unfortunately, however, it's also regarded as a climate change hotspot because the Mediterranean is warming much faster than the average global. And in the Mediterranean, we have an interesting and very critical situation where the economic activity and the climate change impacts are almost neutralizing each other. Economic activity is putting pressure on environmental, and environmental and climate change is putting pressure on on the economic. So I think this is something we have to look at. I pride myself in coming from Malta, and if the Mediterranean is very vulnerable, you can imagine Malta when I give you some of the figures that I have. Density, the population density in Malta is over 1,600 per square kilometer, which is the highest. In Europe, I think the second highest population density is the Netherlands with 400. Then we have the Nordic countries, member states, with a density of 80 per square kilometer. So you can imagine the difference. Another interesting thing about Malta is that Malta is regarded as one coastal community, because the further distance from the sea is only about 6 or 7 kilometers. You cannot be further from the sea than 6 kilometers. At times in Malta, the problem is not how to get to the sea, but how to get away from the sea. And in Malta, we have a strong, very strong economy. In EU terms, Malta has got the second highest blue economy activity. Also because coastal tourism is regarded as a blue economy sector. But when you look at tourism, shipping, fishing, aquaculture, diving, marinas, we depend so much on the sea around us. Even for the water that we drink, we depend on the sea, because our drinking water comes almost 100% from desalination. And recently, we had some very bad experiences with climate change. As you know, increasing sea temperature gives rise to intensity and frequency of storms and heat waves. In January of this year, we had what we call Storm Harry, which was something we have never had in Malta. We had storms, wind velocity of over 100 kilometers per hour, 13-meter waves. It lasted 44 hours, and it took a longer time to repair the damages that we had to take. We regard at some 130 million damages in 40 hours only, damaging the blue economy sectors especially. We had another bad experience some 2 years ago with a heat wave. Today we're talking about heat waves all over Europe, in the UK, in Spain, in France. But the heat wave we had in Malta 2 or 3 years ago, it wasn't just a heat wave, but it lasted 10 days, temperatures over 40s, and we had a series of power cuts because cable joints started failing, and you can imagine power cuts in Malta bringing the issue of water supply, factories, and anything you can imagine happens when you have all this, especially desalination with the heat wave. We had more hospital admissions because of the heat. Work efficiency went down, especially sectors working outside. I will not go into the experiences of coastal erosion in popular tourist areas, in fishing ports, and in coastal critical infrastructure, which is in Malta coastal everywhere. Those were some of the problems. I think we have to start looking at solutions as well. In my opinion, this is a very good initiative. I think here we have an umbrella strategy. Obviously, there are diversities in coastal communities. You have coastal communities which are very weak economically, but maybe still strong environmentally. On the other end of the spectrum, you have very high economic successful coastal communities, but unfortunately at the expense of lower environmental and social standards. I think under this umbrella strategy, we could then start looking at sub-regional strategies, because every different region requires a different strategy. You cannot treat the Mediterranean as you treat the Baltic or the Atlantic, so on and so forth. And I think that regional collaboration is very important. It's not always easy. If you look at the Mediterranean, you have the northern rim of the Mediterranean, which is all European states, and this other rim of the Mediterranean, which is all North African. Yes, we have an EU strategy for the Mediterranean, but with this EU strategy, we have to start talking to the northern EU countries in the Mediterranean as well. We cannot manage the Mediterranean on our own. So I think joint collaboration is very important. We're talking a lot on funding and investments. In my opinion, there are two types of where you put your funds. You either put them in preventive activities or in remedial activities. If you do not invest in the preventive, and that's an investment, you will have to pay more in the remedial. And it is not an investment, that is a cost. I think that national investment is also very important, especially when it comes to climate adaptation, coastal protection, biodiversity restoration. And what I'm saying is already there in this initiative. It's a good thing, and I think I like this very much, thanks to Cadiz and Charlina and all, because it's not just highlighting the challenges, but it's also giving solutions. Solutions which I think in some local coastal communities need to be tailor-made, because they are so diverse. I think we have to recognize the limitations of some of these coastal communities. As I explained, Malta is one coastal community. If we're talking, just an example, about energy, renewable energy, the size of Malta is so small that we can forget about solar farms and so on. We have to go straight into the sea, going for renewables at sea, especially around Malta, where the depth is very high, then everything becomes more expensive. And I think the last point that I would like to make is that very important that this was made from a bottom-up approach. I think consultations was very strong, and that is very important. But stakeholder participation needs to be all the way. I think stakeholder participation needs to be consistent, so that if there is anything that is not working, it is highlighted immediately.
Thank you very much, Carmelo. But you again have made a very good link to our last speaker. You actually shared with us some very important figures, and figures are impactful when we speak. But I would add, in order to bridge very well to the next question, another set of figures. If we now have 1 billion of cost related for Europe, related to natural disasters, related to climate change, and they cover actually mostly the coastal communities, the projections are that that will increase by 100 or 1,000 in the next couple of decades. So as you said, prevention is much more important and economically sound and wise than just remedial. And with this, I would like to address a question to the Minister of the Interior of Cyprus, Mr. Ioannou. Welcome to this panel, and since you're from the Cypriot presidency, thank you very much for everything what the Cypriot presidency managed to do, and I'm looking at Marina as well. So how do you see the preparedness, because that is one of the portfolios under your remit, how do you see the preparedness with regards to increasing the resilience of the coastal communities from the experience of Cyprus?
Thank you very much for your question. Preparedness is actually extremely important. in order to build resilience. Coastal territories do not only face environmental pressures, but also face socioeconomic pressures and security risks, which therefore coastal cities have to become more resilient, better prepared, and less vulnerable. And Cyprus is an example of this, because although even the president said we are an island, one of the 3 EU islands, but we are also coastal. The majority of our cities, apart from Nicosia, the capital, all our cities are along the coast. All our economic activities along the coast, our critical infrastructure, critical services are along the coast. So resilience is a strategic priority for Cyprus and for all coastal areas. And in order to be better prepared, we need to acknowledge that resilience should be a strategic priority. We need to have in mind resilience in all the actions that we put forward. For example, in Cyprus, under the Ministry of Interior, we are responsible for spatial planning. And right now, actually, we are reevaluating the spatial planning for the whole of the island. Actually, it should have been done already, but as it always happens with government, while struggling with time, we're a bit late. Whilst everybody is concerned with density and coefficient and buildings and so on and so forth, our priority is having in mind, filtering everything through preparedness and resilience, so that we take into account the necessary infrastructure that we need to have on our coastal cities, taking into account the fact that we have nowadays heat waves, like it was mentioned before by Mr. Vela, or rising sea level, or erosion, security issues. All these have to be taken into account, but also the fact that coastal areas are territories of economical activity. So in our spatial planning, it's a very complex exercise that we have to accommodate all these factors in order to prepare, in order to improve preparedness. A key issue, for example, is diversification to be in preparedness. We shouldn't be have only one economic activity and be dependent on one economic activity. It was mentioned by Commissioner Cadiz as well, and it's part of the new strategy that we have to diversify. Diversification is important. Otherwise, you are vulnerable to crisis. We see what happened with COVID. We see what's happening now with the geopolitical issues that we have in the area. For example, in Cyprus, we have, and other areas in Greece and other coastal areas, we had an issue with a drop of tourists, had a serious impact on the coastal areas. So we need to be more diversified and expand sectors such as shipping, fisheries, port, aquaculture, marine research, that will strengthen the competitiveness and create quality jobs. Part of the preparedness is also having resilient infrastructure. And I think, again, it's something that falls under the auspices of the Ministry of Interior in Cyprus, which is the civil protection. Having a resilient infrastructure is key. So we need to make sure that we ensure that our communities, our coastal communities, have access to risk assessment, emergency plans, early warning systems, which has recently implemented our early warning system, a very technologically advanced, critical, helpful tool in case of crisis. And I would like to be short because I understand we run out of time. It's important to understand that for resilience and preparedness, it's important to actively involve local authorities and businesses. And I think a key to have a successful strategy is to have an evidence-based, we need to be evidence-based, our strategy, and we need to have a better coordination and communication, the central government with the local government, the local authorities, and also the people, the businesses and the people involved in the local authorities. Otherwise, whatever strategy you put down on paper, it won't be as successful in practice.
Thank you very much. Minister, you also highlighted the importance of multi-level governance, and the more it is fluid and not impaired, the more it will serve also to preparedness. We are actually ending with the interventions from our panelists, but I would still, if you allow me, give the opportunity for one or two questions coming from the floor, if there are such burning questions, and then we will try to conclude. So is there, yes, yeah, ISIS is raising a hand. ISIS is the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea, our scientific hand.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to Cyprus for this wonderful event, and congratulations to the Commissioner and Director General and everyone at DG Mare for the strategy. Just want to say, scientists are really eager to work with you to implement this and to provide that knowledge base that you've all asked for. And I want to say it's a challenge in this process to talk enough with decision makers and really to know what it is exactly that you want. There are a lot of scientists out there, they're young scientists who are learning about these systems, trying to make these, the world's changing quickly for them like it is for all of us. So just a question for you, and first just a welcome to say that we want stakeholders to engage in the ICES community, that you're welcome and we need your help. But also to ask you, Minister, I could ask you this question, you all might have a comment on this, of what do you see as the biggest needs in that evidence base from science that can help you to implement this strategy? Thanks.
Thank you. So, Minister, it was more or less a question to you, but if anyone wants to chip in, but really short answers.
The simple answer. The input of science is extremely important. Without science, even nowadays with AI, it's even more, it's gaining more traction. So we should utilize such tools, and it's the belief of our government, our president, to involve scientists whenever we can in our decision making, because the science community is at the forefront of developments. So, and usually it's often the case that you also have the solutions. So by involving you in developing our strategies, it's a very clever way of formulating a strategy. So, yeah, you play an integral part in the strategy, yes.
So you hear it from a national administration. You know that in the Commission we are absolutely adamant about evidence-based policy making. Evidence comes from the best available science. It is one of the principles of our common fisheries policy. We are very happy to have the Ocean Eye that will, as an objective, create a coordinated and sound, credible system of collecting ocean observation data that is the foundation of good science. We will hopefully have the digital twin of the ocean fully operational in 2030. And that will work together with institutions like yours in order to support sound decision-making, not only policy-making, but also investment decisions that are necessary for the business, for security and resilience, preparedness, and all that. Carmenu, you want to chip in?
I was going to refer to Ocean Eye, which is another feather in the cap of Cadiz, because one of the objectives of Ocean Eye is to bring science closer to the citizens, to bring science closer to business. We don't want science to remain on the policy's desk. We want it to come into our living rooms. We want it to come into our boardrooms.
Thank you very much. So we stop here. I just wanted to probably say something that came from the last slide of my commissioner. we are here to shape the future of the coastal communities. There were calls that now we have to implement, and what we have today as an event is that we kickstart in this very high-level event organized by the Cypriot presidency. We kickstart the implementation, which has to go bottom-up, inclusive, and relevant. Thank you very much for your interest, and I want to thank also the colleagues that made it happen from the Cypriot presidency and the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for the very insightful interventions. We'll now invite to the floor again Commissioner Cadiz for a summary of the key takeaways from the two panels. Mr. Cadiz, the floor is yours.
Dear friends, as a deliverable of the Ocean Pact, on the 10th of June, the Commission adopted the strategies for islands and coastal communities, bringing us together today. As we come to the end of today's conference, one message stands out. Despite their diversity in geography, economic structure, and development paths, many of the challenges and opportunities they face are shared. Throughout the day, we have heard valuable perspectives from political leaders, public authorities, stakeholders, and practitioners. Whether discussing connectivity, housing, energy, climate adaptation, competitiveness, or demographic change, the conclusion has been clear. Policies are most effective when they reflect territorial realities. They have also reminded us that islands and coastal communities should not be viewed only through the lens of the challenges. They are places of innovation, entrepreneurship, cultural heritage, environmental and marine stewardship, and strong local identity. Many of the solutions to Europe's future challenges are already being developed and tested in these territories. Today's exchanges have shown the value of sharing those experiences and learning from one another. A key takeaway from this conference is the importance of cooperation at all levels. Good ideas do not belong to one island, one region, or one member state. They can inspire action elsewhere and help replicate success. The two strategies provide a framework for that cooperation, creating opportunities for dialogue, mutual learning, and coordinated action across all levels of governance. But no single institution can deliver these ambitions alone. The Commission has an important role in facilitating cooperation, supporting implementation, and ensuring that islands and coastal communities are better reflected across EU policies. Member states are also equally essential. Many of the policies and investments that matter most for these territories are implemented at national, regional, and local level. Their success will depend on how effectively we work together and use the tools already at our disposal. Regions, local authorities, stakeholders, businesses, and civil society are also important partners. Delivering results will require continued engagement, strong partnerships, and a willingness to learn from one another. The adoption of these strategies marks not the end of a process, but the beginning of a new chapter. The real measure of success will not be the number of actions they contain, but the difference they make in the daily lives of people living and working in these territories. For that reason, today is not an end point, but a starting point. We know we now have a shared framework, a clearer understanding of the challenges ahead, and importantly, a strong community of partners committed to addressing them. By continuing to work together, we can help islands and coastal communities become more resilient, competitive, sustainable, and better prepared for the future. So once again, thank you for your engagement, contributions, and commitment throughout today's discussions, and I wish you a safe journey home and look forward to continuing this work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cadiz, for summarizing the key takeaways. As the Cyprus presidency draws to a close, we are delighted that Ireland and other the island member state will be taking over. We are confident it will take these important strategies forward. It is now with a great pleasure to invite Mr. Jack Chambers, Minister for Public Expenditure, Infrastructure, Public Service Reform and Digitalization of Ireland, to deliver his remarks. Minister, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm truly delighted to be here with you all in Cyprus and to be at this conference. And as one of only 3 European Union member states with a significant island territory, Ireland understands deeply the opportunities and the challenges that define island life. We are therefore fully committed to advancing the shared European goal of strengthening island regions through the framework of the European Union's cohesion policy. As you've heard all morning, island territories are unique. They are custodians of rich cultural heritage, biodiversity, and maritime tradition. Yet they also face distinctive structural challenges, geographical isolation, limited connectivity, exposure to climate change, and economic vulnerability. These are not abstract concerns. They are daily realities for communities across Europe's islands, from the Atlantic to the Mediterranean. Cohesion policy at its core seeks to ensure that no region is left behind, and for island territories, this objective is particularly pertinent. For Ireland's island and rural regions, geography should not be a disadvantage. EU policy must ensure equal access to jobs, services, and connectivity so people can build a future at home. This reflects the right to stay principle. People should have a genuine choice to remain in their communities rather than being forced to leave due to a lack of opportunities or services. Ireland has long recognised the value and potential of its offshore islands, not simply as places of residence, but as vibrant communities contributing to our national identity and also to economic life. Through sustained investment in infrastructure, connectivity, healthcare and education, we have sought to enable these communities to thrive. However, we also recognise that national efforts alone are not sufficient. Coordination and solidarity at a European level are critical. Cohesion policy provides a powerful vehicle through which we can address disparities and unlock opportunities. The policy's emphasis on place-based development is especially relevant for island territories. It enables tailored solutions that reflects local needs and strengths, whether through investment in renewable energy, digital infrastructure, sustainable tourism, or blue economy initiatives. For islands, innovation is not optional, it's essential for resilience and long-term sustainability. In this context, the green and digital transitions offer unprecedented opportunities. Many of Europe's islands are already leading the way in the renewable energy generation. With the right support, island territories can become pioneers of climate neutrality, demonstrating how local action can contribute to global goals. Likewise, enhanced digital connectivity can transform the economic landscape of islands, supporting remote work, entrepreneurship, and access to services. However, to fully realise these opportunities, we must ensure that policy frameworks remain responsive and adequately resourced. This includes simplifying access to funding mechanisms, strengthening administrative capacity at local level, and fostering partnerships across regions and member states. Collaboration is key. By sharing experiences and best practices, we can accelerate progress and ensure that successful models are replicated where appropriate. As we look ahead, Ireland's forthcoming presidency of the Council of the European Union presents a timely opportunity to advance this agenda. We are committed to placing cohesion, regional development firmly at the centre of discussions. Our presidency will prioritise inclusive growth, territorial cohesion, and the strengthening of Europe's resilience in the face of global challenges. We also recognise that island territories must have a strong voice in shaping the policies that affect them. Engagement with local communities, regional authorities and stakeholders is essential to ensure that policies are grounded in reality and actually deliver tangible results. Ireland will work closely with partners across the Union to promote a collaborative and inclusive approach. The strength of the European Union lies in its diversity, in its regions, in its cultures and in its communities. Island territories are an integral part of this fabric. By investing in their future, we are investing in the resilience and cohesion of Europe as a whole. Let us therefore reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that island regions are not seen as peripheral, but as central to Europe's economic, social and environmental ambition. Together, through the continued evolution of cohesion policy and through shared determination, we can ensure that island communities not only endure, but also flourish. So as we face the challenges ahead, I just want to share with you a powerful Irish proverb, and I'm not sure many people will have Irish here, but I'm going to tell you about it. It's Ní neart go cur le chéile. There is no strength without unity, which guides our vision for a stronger, more collaborative Europe, something we've seen reflected in the Cypriot presidency for the last 6 months, and something we have ambition to drive forward over the next 6 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Chambers. We wish you best of luck and every success for your presidency. This is the last high-level event taking place in Cyprus, and it is a great pleasure to have our Deputy Minister, Ms. Marilena Rauna, to deliver the concluding remarks. Dear Deputy Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, my dear Konstantinos, dear Minister Chambers, Commissioner Cadiz, Director Generals, distinguished guests. As we bring today's conference to a close, what is the final event of the Cyprus presidency here at the shores of Pafos, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all those who have contributed to today's very productive discussions. A very special thanks to Executive Vice President Fido for his leadership and for his support, and for his steadfast commitment to developing a dedicated strategy for islands, which recognizes the unique opportunities faced by island communities, but above all, it recognizes the opportunities that they hold. And in doing so, we demonstrate here in Cyprus, the Union's southeasternmost frontier, that this is a union where no region is left behind. And to Commissioner Cadiz, thank you for bringing forward a comprehensive strategy for European coastal communities. These two strategies highlight a principle that remains absolutely fundamental to the European project, and that is cohesion. Precisely because the strength of our union lies in its ability to ensure that no community and no citizen is left behind. This rings particularly pertinent here, at the European Union's last divided, under occupation member state. In this regard, and we know this very well here in Cyprus, but not only in Cyprus, across the 27 member states, cohesion is not only an economic objective. It is a commitment, a collective commitment to shared prosperity, to equal opportunities, and a stronger, more united Europe. For islands and coastal communities, this commitment is absolutely vital. Their needs and aspirations must remain central to the European agenda. And let me also take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to Director General Themis Christophidou for her long-standing, outstanding work and service and unwavering commitment to advancing economic and social development of all European regions and strengthening cohesion across the European Union. Distinguished guests, for Cyprus, as we've said, this conference marks the final major event of our Council presidency's 6-month journey, one that we embarked on with a profound sense of responsibility and determination. A duty we conducted as true honest brokers, with true dedication and intense work. Above all, a results-driven presidency that has delivered, driven by a very clear vision to give, as President Christodoulidis noted in his speech this morning, to give substance to European strategic autonomy, to European independence, as the next necessary step to European integration. And that is precisely what our motto encapsulates: a more autonomous union, open to the world, which has proven not only timely, but absolutely necessary in today's geopolitical environment. As we approach the conclusion of the Cyprus presidency, we let the results speak for themselves, from security and defense to competitiveness to the next MFF, enlargement, energy. I was just informed right now from Brussels that we managed to get a partial general approach on the grids package, to migration and social cohesion. The Cyprus presidency has delivered for our European family and for our citizens. In assuming the presidency, we also committed to ensuring that the Mediterranean dimension received the attention that it deserves. Cyprus has worked diligently to ensure that the perspectives, opportunities, and needs of the Mediterranean are fully reflected in the broader European agenda, not as a side note, but at its heart. The Mediterranean is not only our shared sea. It is the European Union's crucial strategic space for Europe's economic prosperity, its energy security, its connectivity, environmental sustainability, and geopolitical stability. The challenges facing our region require coordinated European action, and that is precisely what today marks: a path of action for islands and coastal communities. In this regard, Cyprus has also worked hard to keep engagement and cooperation with the wider Mediterranean and Middle East region and Gulf very high on the European agenda during its 6-month presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, as an island nation at the crossroads of 3 continents, Cyprus understands firsthand both the challenges, but above all, the remarkable opportunities that come from our connection to our sea. We are so very proud to be completing our presidency, and this is not a coincidence, with this dedicated high-level conference, and I would like to sincerely thank the European Commission, the representation of the European Commission. Mr. Bourgouridis is here for working together to bring this to fruition. And I really believe that today's discussions add and contribute to a stronger European vision for island communities and for coastal territories. And the message is crystal clear. By working together, we can transform ambition into action and deliver lasting benefits for our citizens and for our economies. I am absolutely certain that the Irish presidency, a fellow island member state, will carry forward this momentum and will continue to build strong partnerships for thriving coastal and island communities. And let me end with this. I would like to thank my remarkable team at the Secretariat of the Cyprus presidency for pouring their energy and heart in each and every aspect of this conference and of the over 300 high-level events organized across Cyprus over the past 181 days of our presidency. I'm so very proud of everything that we have achieved together. The results of the Cyprus presidency have proven that islands are not at the periphery. They are at the heart of our European project. This is Team Cyprus, and it can work miracles. In this presidency journey, we harnessed the unrivaled characteristics of islanders, starting with stubbornness, perseverance, resilience through adversity. We overcame the waves, knowing that the sea that holds us is bigger than us. It has been the greatest honor to have walked this path with you. Ευχαριστώ.
Dear Deputy Minister, thank you for closing the event, but I think I speak on behalf of everyone involved in the Cyprus presidency when saying that we are so grateful for your hard work these past months, for your dedication and unwavering support and your faith in the European project. Thank you. The works of the conference have come to an end, but I'm sure you're all very well aware that the events in Cyprus never end with just work. We consider ourselves part of family. We think that food is sacred, is important, and it brings us all together. And as we consider ourselves a part of the European family, as the Deputy Minister said, we'll invite you all together to come and join us for a lunch that we will enjoy at the restaurant, Epicurean restaurant here. Thank you, and safe travels to everyone.